Good hello! Today I'm gonna work on the AI Orchestra system. I'm gonna find a model. This is the idea, this is the plan. I'm gonna find a simple little model that I can run locally, and I will create, together with it, I'll create this hierarchy, my root goal hierarchy system. So this model needs to be a software developing model in order to create the system. And the idea then is that, okay, maybe something like that, but the core thing is that I will install a local inference model on my little computer, and it will be a self-improving system. And the idea is that instead of having a massive model that needs massive compute, I will have a small model that has responsibility for a small thing, just like the root goal hierarchy principles. And then I will have a lot of AIs installed in my system. One AI that runs and makes decision for this. Then that AI is unloaded from the system. Then the software finds the next goal, finds the goal that the AI have decided we're gonna run, and then that one starts up, loads up an AI to solve that situation, which will create sub goals, and then one of those are selected, and so on. So the focus, the system can have a focus and just have small responsible areas. I think the one main thing to make this work is human in the loop feedback, that I can see and understand how it reasons, what it decides to do, etc. And the goal, in this case, in this scenario, the root goal will be, I wonder if I should pick the root goal to be the actual Journey Mysterious game, or part of it, like writing a story. But I think if we just write a story, then we're gonna limit the system to my intelligence, because then I'm gonna make the decision, like I'm gonna make a root goal for making the story, and I'm not sure what's gonna go in there, like story beats, characters, dialogues. I don't know how best to do it, because the root goal is dependent. It's not really the root goal. The root goal is actually to create a game, and writing a story for a game is very different from writing a story for a book or writing a story for a movie, etc. So I actually think one part of the human focus, or the human in the loop kind of thing, is to direct the focus. So to direct, not direct intelligence, not deciding about the intelligence, what is done in the task, but this directing the focus, and basically being responsible for the prioritization of tasks and allocation of resources. So this is the idea. It's gonna be a root goal with the game, and then I'm gonna start up an AI that's going to take my blueprint but I think it's gonna create the blueprint or something. Anyway, the root goal is the game and a sole responsible AI for this top goal. And the this is the tricky part, because this is like the CEO, so this AI is gonna have a lot of responsibility, which makes things hard, because the AI is not gonna take responsibility if it makes a mistake. AI doesn't do that today. So the purpose of this AI is basically to figure out what are the main things that needs to be, what are the main goals that needs to be done in order for this game to be successful, like to have this achieved. What are the sub goals, descendant goals? I don't know how many they will be, but they should be very high level, and it should not be too many, because then it becomes troublesome for me as a human to understand. So there should be a max. I don't know what the max should be, but as few as possible. If I say as few as possible to the AI, then it will use its own intelligence, but that will take up some of the intelligence of the AI. I just came up with one challenge, or one challenge is to finding the right model. Because this whole system is basically designed on the principle that we will find an AI, that we can tune an AI to deliver high quality result for the goal that it is responsible for, and running it locally, which is crazy. Yeah. Let's make a decision on the max, let's say max 3, and see if that works. Because that makes it very easy for my brain, I think. Actually, I just feel like doing max 4. I wonder if this AI should be responsible for making the system, software developing of the system, or if I should have a separate AI where the goal is to develop the system. But then I should not use the system to develop the system, because the system is not developed yet. So basically it will be something like all of this, like the whole system. I need an AI to develop the whole system and not go into details about things. By keeping it simple like that, and I guess I can. There are some free AIs. Gemini, I can use I think it's 20 prompts per day for free. But it's not a sustainable model. Like it's a building on scarcity thinking. Like if I just have 20 prompts, what do I do when the prompts have ended and I haven't achieved the goal? Then the whole context is in Gemini, and I have to move the whole context to somewhere else to continue. So that's why the only solution is basically to run it locally, because that I can do infinitely. The limitations there are another limitation there is the time that it takes to run it locally. Some models are possible to run, but they take time. So yeah. Anyway, so an AI, a software AI, I think I actually, this plan that I'm making now, I can actually run this plan through Gemini and ChatGPT and Grok and maybe Claude even a little bit. The free, just to get this plan, to make the plan, to make the plan prompt context. It will be a document, which is a whole plan, and this plan will then be fed into my local AI, so my local AI knows what's up. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is to talk to these and gradually develop the software together with them, and then I do the copy paste kind of situation. But I think that's a slow way of doing it, but it's also the way to do it if I want to learn everything about it and really understand it, so it's kind of good in that way. But there's a limitation on the free availability on the prompts, so maybe I'll start with the plan and then we'll do question mark on the rest. So that will be like the main goal today, I think. Finishing that plan. And I will probably not finish that because the system is very advanced. There is a lot of things to read and get into and improve, but I might be able to create the initial kind of seed plan that then can be create an MVP, and then the MVP can be iterated on. So this is like a meta plan. This is the plan that creates the plan that creates the plan that creates the game. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Update on last night. After finishing streaming, I went to TikTok and I was looking at TikToks until 1:30. So for quite a while. Then I went to sleep and I have slept well. I do not have a headache. The headache disappeared early in the night. And yeah, very good. I woke up around 11:30. And I actually started the day with looking at some TikToks because I like to scroll until I get something from Abraham Hicks.
As you get it, you can then reevaluate. In other words, once you get, good news is, as you get it, you can then reevaluate. In other words, once you get all of the cars you thought you wanted, and you have a hard time keeping the oil turned over in all of them, you can release some of them. We suspect that someday we will be having seminars on de-manifestation. Because once you get the hang of this, you only have to focus a little bit in the direction of that which you are wanting. Once you get to the place where you are really living the art of allowing meaning becoming a vibrational match to who I have become, because I care about how I feel, and I'm willing to jockey my thoughts around, moving ever closer to something that is a vibrational match to who I am. There are a couple of things that are essential to your making immediate progress and having outrageous success with this. Most important, you have to decide, and we encourage it as quickly as you can. It'll be easy in some cases and not so easy in others. But here it is. Are you ready? You have to decide that you do not give a rip what anybody else thinks. Because when you try to factor in what they think, then you lose your proximity on your emotional guidance scale. You have within you guidance that is based upon source energy, that is giving you feedback precisely based upon where you are in relationship with what your life has told source energy that you want. It cannot get better than that. So, we want to show you how to follow your bliss, and if we have to take a little rampage through rage, so much the better. Good news is, as you get it, you can then reevaluate. In other words, once you get all of the cars you thought you wanted, and you have a hard time keeping the oil turned over in all of them, you can release some of them. We suspect that someday we will be having seminars on de-manifestation.
That's Abraham Hicks. But before we get into anything of this, I'm gonna start my morning protocol. I haven't printed it, so I'm gonna get a print of it. How do I find it? The Cognitive and Cellular Health Optimization Protocol. Here it is. I'm a bit late on it. not too late for matcha. I'm gonna start with this stuff. I wonder. Thinking about if I should. I'm thinking if I should reprioritize, because this plan is not perfect. I've just ran it through Gemini a couple of times talking, but the plan on that one, on the protocol, is to send it to ChatGPT, update it, send it to Grok, update it, send it to Claude, update it, send it to Perplexity, update it, to improve it even more. But yeah, maybe I'll run this protocol for now and put a task next week to write the protocol number 2. There. I just realized I need to do a bunch of other things as well. I wonder if I should do them first or not. But the first thing to do is to do this. I don't know if I'm gonna do studying, but I'm gonna do this. That's as far as I know. Actually, I should share my stream, so it's somewhere. Hey, they are on a local inference system. You just saw my Facebook. I knew this was gonna happen. I was gonna accidentally share, but I don't think there's anything secret here really. And then X. Nice video. That's gonna be nice to look at later sometime. This is the focus right now. Measuring and eating, so I guess this will just be a 300 milliliter water mix. Should I print this? I think I should print, or should I? Because I'm gonna change it so much. Yeah, I'm gonna print. I just want the first 3 pages, because that's the protocol. Here we go. It is 5 milliliters of AAKG, 7 milliliters of creatine monohydrate, 1.25 milliliters of alcohol. It's cold water. I usually never drink cold water because of the Feng Shui recommendation, but I'm just gonna go with it for now. Too much water, and the taste is not great, but it's not horrible. I've eaten much worse things, even regularly. I've eaten much worse things regularly. Done. First thing done. And now, according to the plan, I should be studying. And I should be studying for 90 minutes. And then the tea comes in. But I think the 90 minutes studying time, the reason is actually to be awake 90 minutes so that the cortisol has lowered down, and then take the caffeine, which is the matcha leaves and stuff. And I have been awake for I think 2 hours, and that is 120 minutes, so I can drink my matcha. So I'm gonna make it. This is my crude, cheap version of matcha. It's just, I found some old green tea and I just crushed it up as much as I could, and that's matcha. But they obviously crush it up much more. And then I have a milliliter unstroken, because this amount like when I've tested, if I occasionally cannot have my green tea, then I don't want to have a headache that 8 days, so I want to be able to just cold turkey turn it off. I don't know if that worked yesterday. I actually think it was very good that I did not drink caffeine yesterday, because I think that improved my sleep. And then, in addition to the matcha, I have my own mix. My cacao mix. It's mostly cacao, so this is maybe almost a tablespoon. I boil some water, put it in my jar, shake it up, and then I let it rest until it's cool enough to drink, so that nutrients get extracted into here. Like a tea. Yeah, the tea. These are all the things that I have in the cacao powder mix. Fair trade, ecological cacao. I can buy all of these things, I just buy locally. Cinnamon. This is not the best quality cinnamon. Star anise. Cardamom. And lastly, cloves in English. So I don't have a lot of these spices, it's mainly the cacao. I basically use a whole package of this and maybe like a total of less than a tablespoon of this that's crushed up, maybe a teaspoon even crushed up. One negative thing is the heating of the cacao, because that destroys flavonols in the cacao. So right now flavonols are being destroyed here in the cacao because cacao is very sensitive to heat. But I think already most of the flavonols have been destroyed because that cacao is not raw. It's been roasted, I think. It's been the cacao beans have been taken out. They've been dried, roasted, crushed into powder, then put in that thing. I think they have been lightly roasted. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't checked. But in the roasting process, usually a lot of flavonols gets destroyed. So I think it's mainly the theobromine that I'm after here. And maybe some other stuff. I'm gonna let that rest while we get into the day's work. Is there anything else I should have? Yeah, it says I will have the second Alcar dose, but I've just had my first Alcar dose, so maybe I'll skip Alcar dose number 2 today, or maybe I'll take it later before the exercise. Good. I think I'm gonna keep this in the kitchen. That's the best way. Okay. Now, how do we do the work? Local inference. I guess I'll just start talking to AI. So I'm gonna set the topic. Local inference system. Okay, I'm at Gemini, and I feel a bit tempted to use the microphone, but I don't know if that will work while I'm streaming. But at the same time, it's good to put things in text to be to control the context very well, because spoken language carries a lot of other stuff as well. So I'm about to, or how do we do this? Let's create a plan for an MVP of my AI Orchestra AI system. Okay. And I guess I'll just find these two things. These two huge documents. Where do I have them? Actually, let me show on screen. Oh, you can actually see. This is my requirements on the workflow system or the AI system, and it's yeah. What? Why is that? Okay, yeah. It describes a lot of stuff. I did not write this, I just talked to AI to write this. So that's one of the documents we're gonna feed in. And the other one is actually an actual design. This is shorter, but I don't know, actually it might not be shorter. Okay. Let's do it more like I want to continue developing an MVP of this system, so I can run it completely local. The idea is that you will help me by asking questions until the requirements and plan and design is complete, enough for an MVP that can be expanded into the full system as time iterative later. We will create a plan that where we find a model, an AI model that I can install and run locally on my system, that takes in the plan itself and creates the MVP system. I imagine that there are a lot of parts that a bigger piece of software will handle. That will orchestrate the agents and keep that system rigid and inhibit the AI from destroying the system and enable the AI to focus on the specific goal. The accompanying documents and links are not rigidly decided, just theories and suggestions that can be improved by you asking me questions. So we design the MVP. It gets the whiteboard, and then I'm also going to send in what else? The MVP must be a general system that is not made for that. Let's be positive positive prompting instead of negative prompting. The MLP must be a general system. Is, let's say, is a general system that can be used for any root call. There is one thing that I haven't written down yet that is still in my head that I need to write down, and that is an improvement on the system to be able to detach and attach trees, goals. And that would be to save inference, basically. To save inference time, thinking time, etc. Because if I make a root goal that is writing a story, and then I make a root goal which is making a game, and then comes to a point where we need a goal to write a story, then I can just attach the previous tree to this other tree. The goal hierarchy, or the goal tree, maybe, or the root goals. No, tree goal hierarchy. The goal graph. So I need to write that down somewhere. I wrote it on the big whiteboard. And now lastly, I'm gonna send in the link to my previous lives. I don't know. Maybe all of them, except last day, because last day was not about. There we go. That should be it. That should be everything necessary. And I said it should be a local, right? Maybe I should clarify. The MP is a system that runs completely locally, so part of the questions will be to ask me about the limitations of my system. Specs of the system. Specs of my system. And here is one thing I'm thinking about, because I'm using the web interface now with Gemini, and I think I get more credits to use it than if I use the CLI, which I have locally installed. And the CLI, I can just say check the system, and it checks the system and everything, all of the specs are there. But since I'm using the web interface, I'm gonna have to copy and paste some kind of command somewhere. So actually, just in this question, just give me a prompt that I can give to my local Gemini CLI that can fetch the system information for you. Let's see if that works. I forgot important thing, to put the right model. It's not the smartest model. Crap. Oh well. Probably tomorrow the some AI will be upgraded or whatnot. So I'll just run it again and get even better results. To map out a complete, rigid and completely local MVP design based on your version 5 whiteboard system and load-bearing requirements, we must design the bare minimum scaffolding that enforces your core architecture loops safely. As requested, here is the clean factual plan, followed by the exact local prompt to run on your system to gather your local development capabilities. And then we have part 1, we have part 2, and part 3. Part 1, the local discovery prompt. Before choosing a model, egg. How do you pronounce this? Exempligracia. EG. Maybe just EG. Exempligracia. Llama 3 70 billion instruct GGUF, 5.3 or Mistral, or designing context limits. We need to extract your local hardware profiles. Please run this exact snippet in your local terminal where your Gemini CLI is configured and paste the raw text back here. Okay, so we got what? This is bash. This is not a Gemini prompt. It's good enough, I think. It's just echoing a bunch of information and getting information about the computer. I opened up a terminal, and where's the end of my... Start with system information, so that's... So that's that. All around help. Advanced method code. Maybe we should go to advanced method code later on. No. I could have like a to-do list or an overarching plan to not get lost in what I'm doing, because there's a couple of things to keep in mind here. But I wonder how much thought we need to put into it. I think the best is just to write a little note. MVP AI system. And the first thing is Gemini Plan version 1. And then when Plan version 1 is done, we go to ChatGPT and get version 2, and then Grok to get version 3, and then Claude to get version 4, and what else? Are we done then, or do we go back to someone? Let's start with that. And then after that, this should be done. The plan should be done. The kind of MVP plan. This is my little note. MVP AI system, Gemini, ChatGPT, Claude. And yeah, I pasted that in, so that's done. Part 2, preliminary MVP scope and core architecture. To prevent local AI instances from destroying the system and strictly maintain token efficiency, the MVP will replace heavy infrastructure with rigid Python primitives rather than complex orchestra tools. Perfect. The rigid Python scaffolding, the sandbox guardrail. I guess that creates a sandbox. I haven't used the term sandbox much, but I guess it does. Now I've drank my matcha cocoa mix, and in 15 minutes I'll get some caffeine, I think. So 1/4 past. Okay. The sandbox guardrail. Okay, instead of letting the local AI edit goals freely, the underlying framework reads and writes the goal text file schemas. That's really good. Focus through access. Enforced file ACL. What is ACA? Is it actual access control list? Okay. The system will use standard file paths matching your schema, owns references. The local execution script will literally copy only those explicit files into an isolated temporary workspace folder. Interesting. Very interesting. Before executing the local LLM. Interesting. Interesting. The AI can physically never touch, see, or delete files outside of its assigned scope. The minimalist agent loop for the MVP to save tokens locally. We will merge the multi-agent decoupled phases. The multi-agent decoupled phases into sequential script-driven commands using a single, highly capable local base model. Okay. P1. Leverage Scout. Right, now we're getting into the roles. The Leverage Scout, I designed, the purpose of the Leverage Scout is to scout the leverage task. It's basically to find the thing to work on. It's a Python script plus LLM context check. Walks your markdown based dAI, parses file dependencies, and picks the current high priority. I wonder. It's a big responsibility to pick what to work on. I'm going to open Notepad to start writing the answering prompt. Because there's gonna be a lot here. Starting the leverage scout. I need to be in the loop. And the leverage scout must come with not only a suggestion but also a reasoning of why this is the leverage goal to pursue. I should be able to discuss after the leverage scout has found a goal. I should be able to discuss with it until a goal is selected to work on. How should the interaction design work for this? Should it be just chatting and then I click, or should I pick, or should I tick, tick, tick? It's a reasoning agent. The leverage scout is a reasoning agent. I don't know if I should say that. Okay, we'll start with that. Okay, P1, P2, 3, 4, 5 are phases. The loop, basically. The leverage scout walks your markdown based dAI, parses file dependencies and picks the current high priority. P2 and P3, the onboarding context constructor. Right, the onboarding context constructor. That's an agent that creates the context for a goal. And then the leaf executor takes that context and executes to complete the goal. Combines the assigned leaf markdown text matching onboarding principles and feeds it as a flat markdown file inside the file sandbox. Okay, the executor runs one shot. The executor runs one shot with 0 interactive tools, calls, or in-process self-correction loops. 0 interactive tool calls? But then who calls the tools? Or is it that the context constructor selects the tools for the executor? It might be already finished. P4 and P, because the leaf executor is not, it's not gonna do a lot of work. If it works more than 5 minutes, it basically means that there's something wrong. The actual goal should take less than 5 minutes to finish. That's how small the goal should be at the leaf nodes, the actual work that needs to be done. Treats it as a flat markdown file inside the file sandbox. The executor runs one shot, 0 interactive to cause. Okay. P4 and P5, phase 4 and phase 5. The QA and short-term diagnostics. A separate clean invocation. What is invocation? The act of calling upon a higher power. A separate clean invocation evaluates if criteria are met. If not, it decides whether to rerun, reassign context, or trigger an agent's void to prompt you via terminal output. Okay, good. I wonder if this AI has gotten the information regarding my different... It must have at least the transcript from the live. Part 3. Core questions to design your MVP. Once you return the output of the local discovery script, we will tackle these targeted design trade-offs iteratively. 1. dAI state and database storage. For maximum simplicity, do you want the goal dAI stored as standard human-readable MD files with YAML front matter, as detailed in your v5 schema, parsed dynamically using a simple Python script, or do you want an explicit SQLite backend caching file locations? Answer 2 questions. 1. Maximum simplicity for big state. 2. The 5-minute execution rule locally. Run locally. Your vital list as context overflow. Trigger if an execution takes more than 5 minutes and less than high quality results. On local systems, speed depends entirely on token per second hardware limitation. Should we modify this metric to be token generation count limits instead of yes. Yes. Modify the metric to be token generation count limits instead of raw clock time. Actually, I think raw clock time should be because that's what matters to me. Keep raw clock time, since time is what matters most. But we should be able it should be easy to change this requirement to 10 minutes, for example. 3. Human interruption, void agency void UX. In this local system, when an agency void is reached, when an agency void is reached, needing human input, decision input, should the script simply pause execution and throw a standard command line prompt text box inside your terminal, or do you want a simple local markdown file generated? Agency void is should always automatically create one or more descendant goals for me to work on whenever I feel like These should be goals like all the other goals, but except they are designed for a human to complete. the AI will never stop when reaching an agency void. It will continue the system, continue to work on the things it can work on. It creates descendant goals and then continues to work on the goals that it can work on. It's important that I can easily see this whole system as a navigatable graph and be able to finish a goal for a human and easily update the goal as done and add in the required information for the AI to continue in case there are descendant goals below this human goal. Let's see if we have something more here. Hardware capabilities and model selection. Your hardware profile dictates strict optimization boundaries to preserve execution speed and context integrity. VRAM constrains the NVIDIA GTX 1060 60GB to provide an absolute ceiling of 4.5 GB for model weights if you want to avoid catastrophic performance degradation from system RAM sharing. CPU limitations: the Intel i5 6600K 4 cores 4 threads possesses poor token generation performance for text processing. If execution spills out of your 6 GB VRAM, processing times will spike exponentially. Optimal local model: Qwen 2.5 coder 2B instruct Q4KM via Olama for code generation tasks. It requires 4.7 GB of space, allowing it to squeeze into your VRAM with minimal cache overhead for faster execution at the expense of nuance. Use Qwen 2.5 coder 3B instruct. Interesting. MVP architecture decisions. DAG and database storage. Use flat MD5s with YAML, direct native, parse, press local. Okay, 5 minutes. Okay, try to answer this before I have given my answers. The MVP execution plan. To maximize your local computer resource efficiencies, your MVP will optimize the 6-phase whiteboard loop. Leverage Scout. 0 token Python script. What? I don't know. What? You need to be intelligent to do leverage. Scouts must be divided into two parts. One part is the simple zero token Python script, which finds the leaf nodes that are unblocked to work on. But choosing the leverage priority to work on might be the single most important thing to spend intelligence on. I might even, this should definitely be a LLM that is as fine-tuned as possible to be able to evaluate the system is growing now, because I think this role might be divided even more. This should definitely be an LLM that is as fine-tuned as possible to be able to evaluate which goal is the leverage goal. But I guess maybe there are no leverage goals in this hierarchy. It's just all of the tasks needs to be done kind of situation. So the leverage scout is not a leverage scout. It's just a simple dependency calculation. That is really good. Let's remove that. Perfect. We must change the name of the leverage scout to, what's the new name of it? It doesn't choose a leverage goal. The goal hierarchy contains goals that must be completed, and as you say, the dependencies are completely logically calculated before the work begins. Before selecting what for the scout selects what to work on. There will be no leverage tasks, since no task will make other tasks easier. It will simply be a dependency situation, like you say, and it can simply use a zero token Python script. This is great. I love this. Deletion. Just delete parts that we don't need. the role must be renamed to remove leverage from the name. But calling it Scout is too general, so it needs a new name. Please provide suggestions for a new name. It could probably be just Gold Scout, or does it really need to be a Scout? I feel like it should not even be called Scout, since the process is now very much simplified and the name must clearly reflect the purpose of this process. What? Can we call it an agent if it's not LLM? Or goal selector or something? Anyway, okay, let's go back to P2 context designer. I feel a strange sensation in my muscles here when I do this. I think it is the creatine, or maybe it's also the alcar. I feel like there's strength in there. Very interesting. It's 14:28, so I'm guessing I have caffeine in myself, and I think that's partially why I'm being quite productive. At least I believe I am productive. Okay, let's go. Phase 2, context designer. A script. A script that assembles the targeted context file and creates physical workspace restrictions. Focus through access. Yes. But you call it a script. But is it really a script? And on the context designer a bit, is it only a script or also an AI? Any role that can be software instead of AI should be software. So I like your suggestion that we let's just put it like that. Okay. Phase 3, leaf executor. The local Olama instance receives the isolated context block and outputs the target artifact. Okay. I wonder if a goal always have an AI or a human. And then there are tasks under a goal. That would be an interesting way to think about it. The system becomes slightly more complex because we introduce the difference between a goal and a task. But it makes it easier to separate things, because then a task is either like a 5-minute run of a program or software, or something done by a human. And the AI would decide the task that, no, that doesn't work. Because a task can be like write a function that adds 2 numbers. And that cannot be done by software. And it, well, yeah. Like there's no, and like it's done basically by the LLM. So yeah, so scratch that last part. We don't have any distinction between goal and task, and also we actually don't have any tasks. We just have goals in this system. Every node is a goal. We don't use the word task. Okay. Phase 3, leaf executor. The local O-Llama instance receives the isolated constant blocks and output. Please make sure the leaf executor can be any kind of AI. This is the power of the system, that it chooses the right AI for the goal. So when the system is done, the system should be keep a kind of toolbox, no, dictionary, evaluation, should be able to find, install and connect an AI to a goal. And the AI should be able to run find all possible AI that can run locally select the ones that might fit might be the best fit for achieving the highest possible quality for the goal. if, okay, that's good. Let's go, we start with that. And the system should be able to install this, install the model and connect it to the goal. To become the executor agent, the leaf executor agent for that specific goal. This is getting really good. Okay. Perfect. Then we go to phase 4, 5, 6, QA and research. A single combined evaluation call to the local model to determine if criteria are met. Outputting a simple structured markdown payload. Approve rerun context of flow agency void. Are those the states? I think so. The result. It's short-term research, it's not a long-term research team. Okay, local model generation prompt. Copy and paste the exact markdown text into your terminal tool or file configuration to have your local Quen 2.5 coder model generate the course. I'm gonna need, I think I'm gonna use Gemini actually to install this, because that might be the best way to do it. Or I can do it myself. That might also be good to understand the parts of it. Installing a local inference model. And then this would be the prompt. That's a very little prompt. Local system that write a single animation automation script. If there's an MVP version of the strictures, okay, yeah, I feel like I'm missing a step here, because this is not gonna create the MVP. It's not enough information. It needs access to the version 5 whiteboard system structure and all of it. So I think we need to create a new these were created locally. No, not locally. These were created by Claude. These documents were created by Claude with help from me. The thing that's gonna piss me off in a couple of days is that all of this work that I'm doing right now, the big guys are also doing it, and they have access to better tools and data centers and all that stuff. So basically all of the thing that I'm doing now is basically just learning and trying to come up with like learning so that in the near future I can create something that is value for someone. And so it goes round and creates value for me as well. That's important. Or I'm just having fun, maybe. Maybe I'm just having fun doing this. Actually, I should check my time, because at some point I need to do the training. Yeah, I think I've passed the training start time. The training start time starts 14:30 in the schedule. It doesn't need to be that strict. But I guess like before 3 o'clock I will start the training, something like that. So I'm gonna kind of round off something here. So I have completed something, so that when I do the training, my mind empties, and then I come back to the overarching goal, but can do the next step of it. I need a longer break. I need to go number 2. That's important information. Maybe, maybe not. I am back. Hello. Five minutes left until I hit. I should maybe be training, but I want to finish this. Okay, let's read this prompt and see. Data schema. The script expects markdown files aside dot goals folder matching this scheme layout. Name, slug name. Kind, root, internal leaf. Parents, parent slug. So slug name is like a identifier. What? Human readable URL friendly string. Okay. It's an address. Why file address? Resource. Okay. Goal type. Context human. Maybe we will start like that. Because a context goal can be put into software. Let's have it like that for now. Owns target file txt references dot source file txt. I don't. Okay. Would you own? Status draft next now review download. What are these statuses? Please explain these statuses. Body text detailing weight model conflicts except markdown text from inter-terminal tool or file configuration. Dialogue quant code model generate the code script framework from MP system. Required Python architecture modules. Implement form execution phases directly inside the script. Module 1, deterministic scout. Oh, that's a cool. That's a new name, and I haven't asked it to give it a new name yet. Deterministic scout. Okay. You renamed the average scout to deterministic scout. Read all markdown files in goals. Parse the front matter. Build an in-memory graph. Is that just in RAM memory? Locate the first node of kind leaf that does not have status of done or blocked. I guess since all the tasks need to be done, it doesn't matter in what order they are done. Module 2. File sandbox. Read the owns and references paths from the selected leaf node front matter. Read owns and references paths in front for invoking the local model. Copy only is explicitly allowed tasks into a temporary directory. The execution parameter must block the model from writing or processing any data outside these paths. Model 3. Local OLAM client bridge. Construct a clean system prompt loading the goal body text. And the allowed reference files. Clean system prompt loading the goal body text and allow reference files. Send this payload via a local HTTP post. What? To your local OLAM API endpoint. Oh, okay. Why we use HTTP? Isn't, I'm not gonna ask questions right now. Using model, say generate text up in the files presented. Module 4. Evaluate an agency void handler. Run a secondary short call to local or instance passing generated output against the required goal requirement. Ask for a single judgment approved or not approved. Approved upfront. Done, not approved, and loop limits are exceeded. Update front matter status to blocked. Output a clear rustic payload to console and pass execution using input tools. Okay, that's gonna be updating. Safety constraints. Never let the model mutate the target goal files directly. Front matter management is strictly controlled by hard-coded Python logic. Output clean, robust Python 3 code using standard libraries like do not use heavy external frameworks. Ensure clean execution logs are printed directly to SDD nodes. Okay. My plan going forward is to put the necessary documents in a folder on my local computer, then take whatever prompt you give to me, you create and send it back to my local Gemini CLI so that it can set up the initial system. Wait. Let's do that later. Train is gonna have to wait for a while. Okay. How much do I have to reflect on? Okay, a lot. dAI state maximum simplicity. The system state lives entirely within a flat directory. Goals. That's where the system lives. Containing human readable .md files. A YAML front matter. No external database engine is required. We can navigate, read, and modify the entire graph using a standard markdown reader. Cool. Oh! Maybe I can use some existing software for the hierarchy. Is there any existing software to I think it's better to just make it myself. That's usually the best situation in innovation, when it comes to innovation. Time-based context overflow. The 5-minute threshold is handled natively by a Python timer tracking the life cycle of a single leaf execution loop. It reads a global parameter from a configuration file config.yaml. Execution limit max clock time seconds 300. If the execution time exceeds this value, and the QA agent has not marked output approved, a context overflow is declared. This script stops trying to brute force the current context layout, updates the state, and the script stops trying to brute force the current context layout. Okay, it doesn't run it again, I guess. Updates the state and passes control to the short-term researcher. Great. To redesign the context boundaries or branch the task. Continuous agency void loop and human goals. System is asynchronous and non-blocking. Good. When an AI processing branch hits and a structural dead end, requires an intuitive pivot, triggers an agency void. Okay, that's fine. Asynchronous execution. Instead of freezing the runtime, the script marks that specific AI goal node as status blocked. The deterministic scout immediately searches for other independent parallel branches in the multi-parent DAG that are in the next state, and executes them. Human goal generation. The system automatically writes new markdown files into ./goals, representing the descendant tasks designed for you. Human. Good. Maybe we'll start with something like that. Graph visibility. Because the graph is built on flat files with explicit parents, metadata lists, a simple Python utility script graph_view.py can print a visual tree directly to your terminal or render a local interactive graph mapping the status of your system. We'll let it decide for now. For the MVP, I don't need a beautiful UX. Resumption. What's resumption? The act of starting or taking up an activity again after an interruption or pause. Like continuation or resumption. Once you finish the manual task, you open the file, change status to done, and insert your factual constraints into the file listed under ohms. On the next pass, the deterministic scout registers the node as resolved and instantly activates the descendant AI subgoals that were blocked by it. Good. 4. Context designer. Script versus AI. The context designer is a hybrid operation, a deterministic script wrapper around a targeted AI reasoning step. The script component gathers the system substrate. It isolates the leaf task, parses its explicit references, paths, extracts the ancestor path goals from the dAI, and reads your structural principles. It strictly enforces focus through access by copying only these files into a clean temporary sandbox workspace folder. The AI component runs a high-speed inference call. The AI component runs a high-speed inference call using a fast local model. Its sole job is to distill that mountain of gathered text into a brief, high-density, one-shot execution context file inside the sandbox. It strips away all unrelated code and distractions, presenting the leaf executor with only the exact facts required to build the target assets. Polymorphic leaf executor. What is polymorphic? The ability of an organism, object, or system to exist in multiple distinct forms, shapes, or states. Yeah, okay. Dynamic model auto installation. Oh, right. Yes. The leaf executor is not bound to a single hard-coded model. The framework uses an explicit AI capabilities registry and selection loop. Capabilities: coding complex, coding light, reasoning heavy, general QA. Dynamic fit selection. Before starting execution, a script inspects the goal's goal type or specific tags in its front matter. It matches the requirements against the local capability map to pick the best possible model for high quality generation. Auto discovery and installation. The framework queries your local Olama instance API, get localhost jagadagadaga tags, to verify if the chosen model is present in local storage. Okay. Subprocess provisioning. If the ideal model is missing from your system, the Python framework invokes a background shell subprocess execution. Olama target model. Easy. Once the downloaded model completes natively, the system hooks the newly pulled engine directly to the sandbox workspace to execute that specific leaf task. Node statuses explained. Your local dAI node uses 6. Why did I say 3? Your local dAI nodes use 6 rigid explicit states to manage execution flow across parallel pathways. Okay, we have draft, next, now, review, done, and blocked. Draft. The goal is currently being formulated or drafted by you or a researcher branch. It is not yet eligible for calculation or passing by the scout. Next. The goal is complete and validated. Its structural definitions are locked. It is currently waiting for one or more parent dependency nodes to reach a status of done. Okay, maybe we'll go back to this one. Now, the node has met all entry criteria. The deterministic scout has selected it, the context designer has prepared its sandbox workspace, and it is currently being actively processed by either an AI agent or you, the human. I don't get the next. Review. The leaf executor has finished generating its output artifact. The node is held in this state while the QA agent runs test boundaries and the structural verification checks against it. Done. The QA agent has marked the output as approved. The success criteria are fully realized. And the node is permanently closed, unlocking downstream parent-child pathways for the scout. Downstream parent-child? Blocked. The goal failed its QA evaluation, triggered context furlough, or encountered an agency void. It is locked out of processing loops. It remains inactive until a parent dependency is changed. I'm not sure if these node statuses are the right. Okay, if you knew Okay, here's how a goal transitions through every state in the life cycle of your local system using a concrete software development example, building a local configuration parser script. Phase 1. Creation and dependency mapping. State. Draft to next. You, or background planning script, want to build a configuration file parser. You create the goal file, but you are still writing the requirements. Initial state drafts. The file exists in goals parseconfig.md, but the system ignores it because it is incomplete. Draft. The transition. You finish typing out the criteria and save the file. Because it is fully defined but its parent defined config schema is not yet completed, the status automatically shifts to next. It is now locked and waiting in the pipeline. Okay. Next to now. Wait. What? Because it's fully defined, but its parent defined config schema is not yet completed. complained. Oh, okay, I understand. Because the parent is not to complete the status and shift to next, which means it's ready. Oh, okay. Okay. Execution triggers. The system has been working on other tasks, only the goal-defined conflict it passes its checks and marks. No. Oh, the initial state next goal is waiting. Transition. The device sweeps the directory, detects that parse config now has 0 uncompleted parents. Right. No. There should the completion of leaf goals should automatically mean is should be equivalent to the completion of their parent goal. So the reason we create leaf goals are because we are given the reason we create for a parent for a given goal is that the given goal is too complex to complete with high quality fast enough. The purpose of the leaf goals are to take over the work of their parent node. So the executor agent only works on leaf goals. When all leaf goals are completed, it must mean that the parent goal is completed. Otherwise, there is some be some planning error or something. As an example, a fully formed goal hierarchy with all goals prepared. When all leaf goals are completed, must mean that all internal goals and the root goal is completed. One essential part of this system is to try to achieve the result of the root goal. But since this goal is too complex, it must be broken down in descendant goals. These in turn might be broken down into further descendant goals. Okay. I'm not sure that your suggested statuses reflect this. Can you explain how they work, follow this principle, or create new statuses? Upward propagation rule. Because the leaf executor only runs leaf nodes, internal goals and the root goal never enter active execution states directly. Instead, their status is a deterministic computed aggregate of their descendants. Yeah. Leaf nodes. Active execution layer. Leaves represent the literal edge of the workboard. They transition through the standard operational pipeline. Draft, next, now, review, block. Draft. Goals, criteria, inputs, or OM files are still being formulated. The goal is locked and ready for execution. It waits until its execution prerequisites cross-cutting sibling dependencies are cleared. The lever scout selects this leaf. The leaf executor is currently processing it. The executor completed the run. The QA agent is actively verifying the output artifact. Actually, I guess I have to do that manually. In the plan that it is creating, that we then send to ChatGPT. So maybe I'll finish this work with Gemini to get the plan, and then I do the workout, and then continue. Right now, Review. The executor completed the run. QA agent detected verifying the output artifacts. Blocked. Node failed QA. Done. 2 internal and root nodes. Internals are waypoints of complexity. They cannot be worked on. They can only be satisfied by their children. Yes. Their statuses are evaluated dynamically. Draft. 1 or more of its subsets are still being drafted. Blocked. A child branch has failed or stalled. Next now. The parent is actively open. Its underlying leaf nodes are currently cascading through their executing pipelines. Next now. Review. Done. Bubble up trigger. Calculate automatically when count. Children where status is not done is equal to 0. Why did you make that into math? But yeah, that's true. The exact second last child leaf turns done. The QA agent validator pushes a recursive upward sweep, flipping the agent parent. Now I'm getting a visitor. I got a chili plant from my neighbor. I'm gonna keep it in the kitchen. Okay, where were we? Internal root nodes. Internal and root nodes. Structural summary layer. Internal nodes are waypoints of complexity. They cannot be worked on, they cannot be satisfied by their children. Their statuses are evaluated dynamically. Draft, blocked, next, now, and done. Right, and then step-by-step scenario evolution of a goal. Step 1, active leaf execution. You have a leaf goal to build a specific game feature. Goal, build dialog system, times kind leaf. Status now, AI executing it. Step 2, deblock and mutation. The AI fails because it hits an agency void. It realizes it needs your specific creative input on a character's tone before it can write the parser script. It flips to status blocked. Short-term researcher runs, diagnoses the block, and triggers goal branching. It spawns 2 new narrow leaf goals beneath. A human goal for you to complete to provide the tone guidelines, and a context goal for the AI to build the engine component. The structural shift. Build dialog system automatically mutates its metadata field from kind leaf to kind internal because it now possesses children. Its status resets to track the children. Step 3, branch execution. The graph now looks like this. Internal, build dialog system, that's next. Leave human, provide tone rules, that's next. Leave concepts, compile parser code, status next. You open, provide tone rules, MD. Fill in the requested data and flag its status done. The system detects its parent dependency is clear, selects compile parser code, runs it through, now review. QA marks its status done. Okay. Step 4, upward, bubble up. Bubble up. The moment, I gotta check if that's a term. I think it just made that up or something. The moment compile parser code hits done, the P4 QA agent evaluates the parent node. The system checks, are all children of Jagdigang marked done? Yes. Done. Building dialog, I will switch to done without edge tracks into. Okay, good. But after all child goals are completed, the of a parent goal, the parent goal cannot be must be evaluated before it can be get status done, since the system needs to be able to handle this, and if the parent goal cannot be approved, the system needs to handle this somehow as well. Maybe creating a new child goal, re-evaluating the child goals, creating new context for child goals, or something. I don't know the best way to do this, but I think, what is your suggestion on how to handle this? Okay, 1. The parent evaluation trigger. Phase 4. QA agent. Mechanism. The script bin QA climb pi intercepts the upward cascade the exact moment the final child node enters done. The composite check. The QA agent reads the parent goal's original success criteria and evaluates the aggregate output of all children combined. The failure state. If the sum of the dynamic. What to say regarding the executor being dynamic? If the sum of the children does not deliver high quality on the parent goal, the QA agent marks the parent as not approved and flips its status to blocked. Constraints. The QA agent never designs, fixes or credits goals, only passes or fails the node. The QA agent must deliver a complete report on why if does not approve a goal, the QA agent on what was not approved and the reasoning why. This will serve as the foundational information for the short-term researcher to find suggestions on how to solve these things. The short-term researcher also must get access to all previous QA reports of that goal so that it can detect if the old problems reoccur, or if it seems like this task, like the goal must be branched further, or just brute force run it a couple of times to get it done. I'm so proud of this system. I'm getting proud of this shit. Where were we? The failure state. If the sum Okay. Let me reiterate and share this regarding the task agent and role agents. It's that for a human company working in a group, it's good to give a person a role, because that person will do this task and this task and this task and this and this, and these are all related, and the person can do all these small tasks. Even a role as being a dishwashing person does several things, like filling something with water, moving clean things to the cupboard, washing dirty things. Like, there are several things that the role can be divided into simple tasks. And since current LLM technology, the intelligence is spiky, means that it's hard for AI to keep the context of all of the whole role of all of the tasks that it needs to be done, and it's better to make a specific agent to solve one specific task and make it better than a human on that task, which means we will have more agents than roles, and thus we switch a focus from making a role into an agent, and instead we divide it into tasks, and we make tasks like agents for each task, because that utilizes the context better. There's more to that, but I don't have time to go into it right now. 2. The resolution matrix. Phase 5. Short-term researcher. The loop passes to the short-term researcher, which diagnoses why the completed child goal failed to fulfill the parent. It applies... Right. A short-term researcher should not diagnose why the QA agent fastest. I'm detecting something that could be divided, potentially. The short-term researcher should be able to pair an estimation of the time it takes to run the same setup goal until it is done with the estimation of redesigning the goal and running it. The time it takes to until it is done. Okay. Path A, gap branching, context overflow planning error. The diagnostic. Yeah. The children were executed perfectly according to their local briefs, but a structural planning gap exists. The original breakdown simply missed a requirement needed to satisfy the parent. Fixed Richard triggers goal branching. It leaves the existing children marked done, but spawns new sibling leaf goals under the parent to cover the missing scope. The parent remains open. The parent remains open while leverage scout direct the reef executor to complete the new leaves. When a path A, it must have access to the right information. So such as the previous child goals, etc., so that it doesn't repeat mistakes, so that it can encourage improving the system. Based on previous on history of goals, something like that. Actually, no, the researchers should not important that the researcher is not limited unnecessary since it needs a high roof to think outside the box as much as possible to find solutions that previous agents could not find. The researcher should have no limitations except file access limitations. As the sky is the limit. Okay, anything else? That's more positively framed. Well, kind of not framed. Path B, cascade reset. Diagnostic. The children are completed, but they were executed under flawed and misaligned assumptions. Narrative tone diversion, mismatched code interfaces, poisoning the aggregate parent result. To fix, the researcher targets the specific offending child nodes, drops their status from done back to next draft, and compiles and diagnoses patch. It hands this patch to the concept designer. Okay, good. Pass C, extraction of an agency void. The children failed to satisfy the parent because the aggregate assembly hit an unsolved strategic, creative, or structural roadblock that requires human governance. To fix, the researchers automatically spawns a human goal directly under the parent node. The system sends an automated telegram prompt to you containing the evaluation failure details. The entire branch freezes until you log your decision, which instantly unblocks the sub-hierarchy. Okay, good. The upgraded decoupled phase loop to support specialized validation and narrow task isolation. The MVP pipeline splits into distinct, highly constrained operational steps. Leaf artifact generated, QA context designer, selects model and simulation sandbox, polymorphic QA agent, executes run text code vision, pass, fail. Short-term researchers, branch, reset, agents void. That's 3 passed, yes. Good. Polymorphic QA pipeline. The QA loop is divided into an extraction step and execution step to ensure it remains a task agent rather than a broad role agent. Extraction and execution. Okay. QA context designer, a hard-coded Python script that reads the goals validation metadata. It identifies the target validation vector specified in the front matter and prepares the sandbox. Asset gathering, it pulls the generated artifact, the parameter general success criteria, and any related schema definitions. Model routing, it cross-references your local allowing inventory to match the validation requirements. Typos, constructs, okay, cool. Vision, okay, cool. Specialized QA agent runs a single on-shot inference call. Can't edit the file, just system state or device fixes it operates on a ready system prompt with an unyielding schema constraint output, a pass flag and a detailed structural report or fail the system validations. Fail the system validations. The QA failure report schema. When an artifact fails validation, the QA agent writes a standardized log inside the call explicit historical directive. QA history. Okay. Markdown, goal, target goal, slug, fail, expected criteria, discover deficiencies. This is good. Expected criteria, list raw immutable criteria, copy directly from parameter definitions. Discover deficiencies, explicit highly objective list of what failed, what errors or what visual mismatches occurred, isolated reasoning, the explicit logical deductions proving why the artifact does not meet the criteria, no suggestions for fixes allowed here, pure diagnostic data only. I think the expected criteria for QA needs to it will work. It will work. It will work. The short-term researcher decision engine. The short-term researcher is a highly constrained task agent. It accepts the QA report as absolute truth. It is forbidden from realizing what failed. It focuses entirely on system design failure and time to resolution optimization. Okay, maybe this will work. Context assembly, history tracking. Before SRE prompt is constructed, the Python program reads all the historical files matching. It feeds this complete timeline directly into the context workspace. This allows the model to instantly detect looping behavior. This throw on the exact same memory exception 3 rounds in a row under the current prompt structure. Analytical cost matrix correlation. This DRS calculates the deterministic estimation trade-off to minimize wall clock execution time. It outputs an evaluation layout using this expressive social logic. It force run, the time of it, estimated time per local generation, run, site hits, oh that's good. It's redesign, estimated time to revert, inference processing, execution time. Is there a competition to vectors? It selects path B, reset without change the local goal structure. If it detects a persistent regression or higher cost for basic resets, it switches path A branching or path C agent voice. Right. Path A, advanced structural branching. But agent voice should only be. I guess if it takes 10 years to complete a task and a human can complete it in a week, I guess a human should complete it in a week. Path A, advanced structural branching. When the short-term researcher chooses path A, it splits the unresolved parent goal into a narrow, manageable, components based on historical context data. Parent goal, failed aggressive text, sibling leaf A, done, original asset reused as mutual references. New sibling, leaf B, next. Short-term researcher synthesize scope validation built out of QA failure data. Asset integration. The context designer scans the dAI. Wait. Okay, the parent failed. Original asset reused as a mutual reference. Built out. Okay, failure. Okay, new sibling. Okay. Scans the dAI logs all sibling leaves that are already done. It resets complete outputs out of the local storage. Subject and constrained lateral thinking. The lateral is horizontal, right? From the side. This short-term researcher is provided an isolated prompt. Short-term researcher is provided an isolated prompt block designed for lateral optimization. It uses the history of failures to discover hidden root issues, identifying that a code crash isn't due to poor syntax knowledge, but rather a hidden configuration conflict introduced by an early sibling load. Reparenting. But maybe we'll have to add that later. Maybe you cannot put it in the MVP. Maybe it's not even needed. It's going to be needed. That's why I invented it. Nice. The short, yes, here. Wait, is that a str? I feel like I'm kind of sidetracking now or continuing to work when I should be training. So I actually think I'm gonna have to kill my current the plan of finishing the version with Gemini, because I already felt that like half an hour ago or an hour ago or something, that my brain was not performing. So I actually think open sidebar, and then why is it lagging so horribly? Pin that. Version MP version 1. What do I call this system? Some kind of gold tree, AI gold tree. There we go, we have that there. And I have this little task, tells me what I'm working on, what I'm doing. And I'll get back to working on that after I'm done exercising, probably. I need a good training exercise. I was thinking of just doing a regular yoga for athletes, but that one, it doesn't really pump up. But maybe I'm gonna do it and see if I can do it and exert myself as much as possible doing it. No. I need aerobic. Could do the military one. I don't need that one anymore. This one I have been doing for over a year. This is the magical way to get into daily training, I think. Well, one of them. There's this one and there's the... I actually started with this one. And I did this every day. But it's too much to do every day. You get overtrained in certain muscles, so I needed something different. So then I also tried doing this, and this is easier to start with. And I did this for every day for a very long time, several months, I think. I skipped a few days here and there, but yeah, it's really good. I know this by heart now. But it's not aerobic really. But I'm gonna do it. And then just why does it always do that? Oh, it's because I'm taking too long. Damn. It actually doesn't matter because I'm gonna double click it to make it full screen anyway. Okay, let's do some yoga.
Hello and welcome to Yoga for Athletes. This is a full body yoga practice intended to improve your mobility and aid recovery. When you're ready, we'll begin in child's pose. You can either keep the knees together or open them apart, then walk the hands forwards and lower your head down to rest on the mat. We'll take the first few breaths here just to relax. Hello, and welcome to Yoga for Athletes. This is a full body yoga practice intended to improve your mobility and aid recovery. When you're ready, we'll begin in child's pose. You can either keep the knees together or open them apart, and walk the hands forwards and lower your head down to rest on the mat. We'll take the first few breaths here just to relax into position. Start by taking a deep breath in through your nose and a slow breath out through your mouth. Inhale deeply. Exhale completely. A few more times like this. Final breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. Then walk your hands to your knees, lift yourself up into a kneeling position. Clasp your hands together, interlace your fingers, and start to roll out your wrists. You can begin with a small movement, and then start to exaggerate this movement, incorporating the forearms, elbows, and shoulders. Shake out your hands all together, then come into tabletop, our hands and knees position. Shoulders stack the wrists, hips are on top of the knees. With your breath in, lower the belly to arch the spine and look forwards. With your breath out, round the back, push the floor away and bring chin to chest. Inhale, arching the back for cow pose. Exhale, rounding the spine for cat. Inhale to cow pose. Exhale to cat. Keep this going a few more times at the pace of your breath. Final inhale to cow pose. And exhale to cat. Then find a neutral spine. Rock forwards to send the shoulders past the wrists and bend your arms, keeping them close to the side of your ribs as you lower yourself down with control. Come all the way down to your belly. Bring the forearms to the mat so the elbows are under the shoulders for Sphinx. And as we hold here, focus on drawing the chest forwards, rolling your shoulders back. Come back to that steady breath, in through the nose, out through the nose or mouth. Hold for one more breath in. Exhale, push back into tabletop. Then extend the legs to find plank. And start to pedal your legs here, just tapping one knee down to the mat and then switching. And continue to pedal your legs as you pike your hips and push yourself back into downward dog. So you're sending the weight towards the feet as you lift the hips. When you find downward dog, relax your chin to your chest and you can continue pedaling the legs. You could also start to sway the hips side to side, move in any other way that feels good. Good. Then look forwards and take baby steps to walk the feet to the hands. You could bend your knees to make this more accessible. When you've stepped to the top of your mat, hold on to opposite elbow with your hands and rock from side to side in ragdoll. You can keep the knees bent here, or you could straighten the legs if that's accessible. Good. Bring the fingertips down to the mat and step the left foot back and lower your knee for low lunge. Place something under the knee if it's sensitive. Then reach your arms up. Inhale. Exhale, cactus your arms. Roll your shoulders back. Encourage the chest to open. And as you do this, you can sink the hips down and forwards. Pause here. Come back to your breath. Inhale through the nose. Exhale through nose or mouth. Final breath in. Exhale, hands come down to the mat. Send your hips back so they're in line with your back knee. And edge your front foot forward so that you can straighten the legs. The leg. Flex the foot. And you could always keep a slight bend in the front knee if it makes it more accessible. Option to keep the chest lifted here or to fold forward for half split. This one can feel very intense, so focus on breathing deeply in through the nose, out through the nose or mouth. Hold for one more breath in. At the end of your breath out, rebend the front knee to come through low lunge. Tuck the back toes, lift the knee, and reach your arms up for high lunge. Inhale as the arms lift. Exhale, settle into position, focusing the gaze ahead of you. Hold for one more breath in. Exhale, hands come down to the mat, step to plank. Inhale, hold your pose here. Option to lower the knees for this next part. As you exhale, rock forward so shoulders go past the wrists. Bend the elbows close to the side of the body to lower down through chaturanga with control. Come all the way down to your belly. Keep the hands close to the lower ribs as you inhale. Drag the chest forwards, roll your shoulders back and lift the chest for Cobra Pose. Pausing here, continue to roll the shoulders back, drawing the chest forwards. With your next exhale, push back to downward dog. Pause for a deep breath in. Exhale the breath out. Then look forwards, take baby steps to walk to the top of the mat. And fold all the way forwards here. Option to keep a little bend in the knees if it helps. Inhale, lift your chest halfway. Exhale, right foot steps back this time, lower the knee, pad the knee if it helps. And reach your arms up with an inhale. As you exhale, cactus your arms, roll your shoulders back, and you can let your hips sink forwards and down. Then as we pause here, come back to that steady breath. In through the nose, out through the nose or mouth. Final breath here, inhale. At the end of your exhale, fingertips come down to the mat. Shuffle the front foot forward so that you can extend the leg. Flex the foot, and you can either keep the chest lifted or fold for half split. If it becomes too much for the hamstrings, find a little bend in the knee to make it more accessible. Deepening the breath to help work through the intensity of the pose. Hold for one more breath in. Exhale, rebend the front knee, tuck the back toes, lift the knee, arms up with an inhale for high lunge. As you exhale, focus your gaze on one spot and settle into position. Focus on strong legs here, so you're pressing through the ball of the back foot. And you can grip the mat with the toes of the front foot to help create more stability. Pause for a breath in. With your breath out, step to plank. Inhale, hold your pose. Exhale, chaturanga. You could always lower the knees here to make it more accessible. This time, as you lower down, roll onto the top of your feet and press through to upward facing dog. So the thighs are off the mat here. And again, you're dragging the chest forwards, rolling the shoulders back. Gazing ahead of you. Hold for a breath in. Exhale back to downward dog. Pause for a breath in. Exhale, ripple forwards to plank. And open out to side plank on your left. So you're stacking left shoulder over the wrist. And the feet could stack, or you could stagger the legs, as this is sometimes easier. If you're needing a modification, left knee comes down to create a kickstand. Focus on pressing the floor away. If the hips are starting to sink down, lift them up. Then look down for a balance, and you can either sweep the right leg forwards, or you could bend the knee and take a big step forwards to come into a twisted lunge. If the knee is down, you'll be spinning on the knee as you transition. Then when you find your twist, you could lift the knee again. Turn your chest open, gaze up to the right fingertips to find revolved side angle. Come back to your breath. Hold for one more breath in. With your breath out, bring the right hand to the inside of the right foot. Open out your back foot and reach the left arm up, turning the chest open to the left side this time for extended side angle. Gaze up to the left fingertips. Hold for one more breath in. With your breath out, left hand comes down, turn the back foot to face forwards, and you can lower the back knee down to find lizard lunge. Option to stay supported by your hands, or you could come down to the forearms if it's accessible. Final deep breath in here. At the end of your breath out, step back to plank. Inhale in plank position. Press the floor away. Exhale, chaturanga. Option to lower the knees if it helps you to control the transition. Then inhale, roll onto the tops of the feet, press through to upward facing dog. So you'll drag the chest forwards, roll the shoulders back, gaze ahead of you. Pause for a breath in. Exhale, push back to down dog. Pause for a breath in. Exhale, come forwards into plank. And open out into side plank on the right side. So you can either stack the feet, stagger the feet, or lower the right knee down to create a kickstand for more stability. Push the floor away, lift the hips if they're starting to sink down. Then look down to help with balance. You can either sweep the left leg forwards or bend the knee and take a big step to come into your revolved side angle, twisting to the left side, gazing up to the left fingertips. If you had your knee down during side plank, lift it up when you come into position. And come back to a steady breath. Final deep breath in here. With your breath out, lower the left hand to the inside of your foot. Open out the back foot, reach the right arm up Turning the chest open to the right side for extended side angle. Gazing up to the right fingertips. Take a deep breath in. Exhale, right hand comes down, turn the back foot to face forwards to come to lizard and lower the back knee down. Option to stay up on your hands for support, or you could come down to the forearms if it's accessible. Bring your focus back to your breath as we pause here. Hold for one more breath in. Exhale, step back to plank. Push the floor away, hold for a breath in. Exhale, chaturanga, modifying if needed. Inhale, come through to upward facing dog for a deep breath in. And exhale, push back to downward facing dog. Hold for a breath in. Look forwards. With your exhale, you could hop, step, or jump to forward fold. Folding all the way forwards here. Option to keep the legs a little bent, or you could work towards straightening them, perhaps catching hold of the backs of the ankles to draw yourself in, compressing the belly to the thighs. With your next breath in, round the spine, roll all the way up to stand. Turn to face the side of your mat and step wide into a straddle position. Then placing the hands at the hip creases, with an inhale, roll the shoulders back. As you exhale, fold, hinging from the place where your fingers are, to fold forwards. Bring chin to chest so the crown of the head points down to the mat. And you can either keep the hands on the hip creases or maybe bring the hands down to the mat. Option to find a slight bend in the knees if it makes this more accessible. Inhale to lift the chest halfway. Walk your hands over towards the right foot and bend the right knee to come into a side lunge. Option to keep the left foot flat to the mat, or you could spin the foot so the toes point up and you're just balancing on the heel as you sink the hips towards the right heel to come to Skanasana. If you're here and the balance is steady, bring hands to prayer. Lower the hands down. If you flex the left foot, plant the foot back on the mat. And then straighten the right leg, bend the left, and walk the hands over to the left side. Option to stay here. Or you could spin the right foot so you're pressing the heel into the mat and sink the hips further down to come to Skanasana. If the balance is there, bring hands to prayer. Plant the right foot down, straighten the left leg, come back through center. Then shuffle your feet in so they're just a little bit wider than hips width. Turn the toes out so the feet are at an angle. And bend the knees to sink the hips down. You could either come down into a squat, so keeping the hips about level with the knees, or you could sink further down if it's accessible for Malasana. If the heels are lifting here, that's okay, perfectly fine. You could always roll up a blanket or something and place it under the heels. And you can use your hands for stabilizers here, or if you're feeling quite balanced, bring hands to prayer. Good. Then lower the hands down, straighten the legs. Turn to face the front of your mat and step forward into a forward fold. Exhale as you compress the belly towards the thighs. Inhale as you lift the chest halfway. Exhale, step back to plank. From your plank position, lower the knees to find tabletop. Keep the hips in line with the knees and walk your hands forwards. Then dip your belly down to find a back bend and start to sink the chest down to the mat to come into puppy pose. You could rest the forehead or the chin on the mat here and start to slow down your breath. Breathing in through the nose, out through nose or mouth. Hold for one more breath in. With your next breath out, send a wave through the spine to ripple forwards and lie down on your belly. Relax the arms by your side and keep the toes untucked. With your next breath in, lift the legs, arms, and chest off the mat to come to locust. If this is too much, you could always use your hands as stabilizers, but as best you can, try to rely on the strength in the back of the body to hold your pose. It can be a little challenging to breathe, balancing on your belly. Sometimes I find it's easier to press the tongue against the roof of the mouth, just behind the back of the teeth, to give you something to focus on to help bring your awareness back to your breath. Holding for one more breath in. With your breath out, slowly lower down. Place the hands under the shoulders, push back to tabletop. Then tuck your toes, lift your hips to push back to downward dog. Lift the right leg high and stack the hips so you'll open the hips to bring the right side over the left. Bend your knee. You could gaze under the left shoulder, see if you can find your foot. Hold for a breath in. With your breath out, look forwards, bring the right knee towards the back of the wrist, and open the leg out to the left side and lower the leg down to the mat. Then you can slide or edge the back leg down the mat to lower down into pigeon pose. If you're feeling quite high up, you could place something underneath the right side and maybe just in front of the back leg for support. Then walk the hands forwards to lower down. Make a pillow with your forearms. Rest your head and deepen your breath. Sit back up, plant the hands on the mat, and step back to downward dog. If the right leg has gone to sleep, pedal out the legs. And with your next inhale, lift the left leg. Open the hips to stack the left side over the right, and then bend the knee. You could gaze under the right shoulder, see if you can find your foot. Pause for another breath in. With your breath out, sweep the left knee forwards to the back of the wrist. Open the leg out to the right side, lower it down. And then edge your back leg down the mat to come down to pigeon pose. When you're here, support yourself if you need. Then walk your hands forwards, make a pillow, rest your head, and settle into stillness. Sit back up. If you're using any props for support, take them out of the way. Then sit over on your left side so that you can swing both legs in front of you and come and lie down on your back. When you lie down, hug your knees into your chest and take a gentle rock side to massage the back. And keep the knees in this tucked position. Open the arms into a T shape. And let your knees fall to the right side to come into a supine twist. If your knees are in the air, you could always place something underneath so that you can relax into position as we pause for the next few breaths here. Lift the knees back up. Then take them over to the left side, twisting in the other direction. Use a prop underneath your knees for support if you need. And then settle into stillness. Lift the knees back up. Extend your legs down to the mat and relax your arms by your side to find Shavasana, our final posture. Make any adjustments you need to, and then be still. Deepen your breath. Move your fingers and toes. Hug your knees into your chest. And roll onto your side. And when you're ready, join me back in a seated position. Just sitting up tall, resting the hands on your knees. You can keep the eyes closed for a moment. And take a deep breath in, lift the shoulders up to your ears. And as you exhale, roll the shoulders back and down, just releasing any residual tension. Then open the eyes when you're ready. Thank you for your time and energy. I really appreciate you practicing with me, and I hope that you enjoyed it. Take care. I'll see you next time.
Whoop. That was good. It was aerobic at some points, and then too much rest, then aerobic, then rest, aerobic. So I got some breathing in there and some pulse I got there. It wasn't a complete break from the work. I still need some kind of mental recovery from the work in order to be refreshed and go back to it. So I'm wondering what I should be doing. I could either take a shower, I could eat, I think I'm going to prepare food and then take a shower. The liver from yesterday are frozen into daily packages, so I'm gonna put them in some jar or something in the freezer. There we go, the food is prepared, ready to cool, and I'm gonna take a shower. done. I don't feel as lethargic as yesterday after my shower. I showered now for my regular, like I regularly do, 15 minutes with between 42 and 45 degrees Celsius water, and the last 1-2 minutes on the coldest to get a bit of a dopamine kick and to refresh. And I noticed that there's still this feeling that I just want to relax and do nothing, and I guess I feel kind of exhausted. I feel like I need oxygen. So my cells have probably been using a bunch of oxygen to try to do something. I don't know exactly what. But I don't feel the same kind of disturbance, lethargy as yesterday. I think it's mainly because yesterday I had a bad sleep the night before, and today I've had good sleep. While showering, I got some good perspectives. For one, making these streams is a kind of a logbook of me, of what I do and what it leads to. It's valuable data. And yeah, I've been logging a bunch of stuff previously in my life, writing down, but it's such, you need like a real habit to do it. I need to stick to it, and I usually forget the feeling of why I do it, so I stop doing it, so the records become incomplete or sloppy or whatever. But this makes everything so much easier. I've been thinking many times in my life that I should record everything in my life for private use, that I would have cameras all over the place and AI detecting, oh, now he's doing this, now he's eating that, now he feels like this, and then I would just get so much data that I can use to see what I should be doing and what I should not be doing, and when I should be doing and when I should not be doing. I'm gonna check if the food is temperature enough to eat. If so, it's movie time. And if not, then I'm gonna work on my calendar stuff, the boring human survival stuff, like laundry, looking for a job, and the other things in the calendar. Also, of course, my pills. I noticed they were missing my creatine second dose. So my adult vitamin and minerals combo, my omega-3, my AG vitamin, D3 and K2, and then creatine 7 milliliters. I don't know if I should stream anything at all when I'm watching a movie, because I'm just watching a movie and eating. But I'll do it anyway. I have to pick a movie though, and it should start with a boring, no, not a boring, but potentially bad feeling movie. It's gonna be The Prowler from 1951. I wonder if I can set it up somehow so I can show the movie while watching it. Just somehow. So you can watch the movie with me. I'm gonna lower the volume. I don't know, it just feels like the right thing to do when I'm watching a movie.
Hacienda.
Oh, thank you so much for coming.
You reported a problem, ma'am?
Yes, about 20 minutes ago. I looked up and there was this man looking in the window.
Which window?
It was one of the back windows.
Oh, there's an empty lot on that side, isn't it?
Yes. When he saw that I'd seen him, he jumped away from the window and I phoned you.
We better check that lot for footprints, Glenn.
Roger.
Now, if you will show me the window.
Oh, yes, of course, right this way.
You've been sleeping?
No, I'm just resting. I don't sleep very much at night.
And that's where you saw the face, huh?
No, in here. I've been lying on the bed resting and listening to the radio, and I thought if I took a bath, I might be able to sleep better. And afterwards, just as I was putting my robe on, I looked up, and there he was.
Well, if I was you from now on, I'd keep the curtain closed. You ever notice in a bank they always keep the counting room out of sight so the customers won't get tempted?
I suppose you're right. I just didn't think. Oh, it's you.
No footprints out here. The grass has just been cut and it'd be kind of hard to spot. And again, maybe the lady's just imagining things.
He was just as plain as your friend's face just now. I'm sorry to cause you all this trouble, but I do get nervous at night. And
That's our job, ma'am. You always alone at night?
yes, the maid comes in daytimes, but she leaves right after dinner.
Well, from now on, be sure and pull the shades and lock the door.
I will.
Think you feel comfortable enough for us to leave now?
Oh, yes, I'm perfectly all right now.
I'm sure you are.
Well, good night, ma'am.
Good night, and thank you.
Call us again if you need us.
Yes, I will.
That is quite a dish.
Here. I don't suppose there's any use asking you to stop by tonight and take a squint at our collection.
Pretty flush if you can get it.
You know, the wife spent the whole day today polishing up those specimens we found out around Barstow. She's pretty proud of them. I wish I could convince you a hobby's a good thing, especially for the things you learn on
What
the
her
side.
angle is.
Huh?
Say, I wonder what her angle is.
Her? No angle. They're well heeled. You know, there's history slathered over every square foot of this country of ours. And one time or another, me and the old lady has dozed it out. Like those ghost towns I tell you about. We never would have seen them if it hadn't been for our rockology.
Is she married?
Yeah, sure she is. Some crackpot. Squeezed enough dough to retire and then works for the fun of it. Can you tie that? If I had his moolah, I'd take the hills.
That house must have set him back plenty.
Yeah, maybe 35, 40 grand in this market.
Probably beats his mother.
Head your tail.
Never mind, Bud. I'll check his in. by, I thought I'd check to see if everything's still all right.
Well, yes. At least I think so. Do prowlers generally come twice in the same night?
No, but we do. It's part of the job. Hope I didn't wake you up.
Oh, no, I was just having a cup of coffee.
We're generally supposed to make checkup calls, especially where women are concerned, and when they're alone. Well, if you're sure everything's all right, I'll be on my way.
Oh, wouldn't you like some coffee?
Yeah, thanks. It's not too much trouble.
Oh, no, it's no trouble at all.
Well, then make mine milk if you have it, huh?
Just sit down and I'll get it.
Looks like somebody around here's been in show business.
That's right.
Actors, huh?
I tried to be. It didn't work out.
You're good looking enough. Matter, didn't you have enough pull?
I was just a little short of talent. Aren't you going to have your milk?
Oh, yeah, sure. You know, I gotta keep in shape. I suppose you're married. Most of the good-looking girls I run into are.
Is this questionnaire in the line of duty?
Could be.
I am married. Happily married.
If I was happily married to a girl like you, I wouldn't leave you alone nights.
John doesn't. He's here 24 hours a day.
Tender yellow young squash we sell down here at the ranch market. I give them to the wife. And by the way, there's a little lady who really knows squash. Well, she puts them over a slow flame.
I hear that program every night. Is he your husband?
He is.
No kidding. Isn't he the one who always signs off with "I'll be seeing you, Susan"?
That's right.
Yeah, well then you're Susan.
Disappointing though it may be, I am.
Well, that's a real coincidence, isn't it? My name's Webb Garwood.
Webb Garwood. Somehow that sounds familiar.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you from?
Indiana, Terre Haute.
Did you ever see East Indianapolis play Terre Haute High School basketball?
Of course I have. You're not that way.
Nobody else.
You played center. We got beat 3 years in a row because of you.
Oh, there were 4 other guys on the team, you know?
No, but you were the only one we were really afraid of. Didn't you get a scholarship to some college or something?
Yeah.
I don't follow the sport pages very well. I don't seem to remember what happened after that.
Scored the winning point on our first game. After the second game, they put me on the bench. Coach said they were trying to teach us to work as a team. I got him to open good right in front of the whole squad. And then only had it in for me, that's all. Told the athletic director and they stopped my dough. That's another one of my lousy breaks. If it had been for that, I'd have had my 4 years at college, have a nice soft job in one of those big bond houses, and I'd be eating lunch every day in the university club.
I used to clip your picture out of the Terre Haute paper.
Yeah.
Whatever thought.
But I turned out to be just another dumb cop, huh?
Oh, no, I wasn't thinking that at all. I was just thinking how funny it is the way you meet people.
Yeah.
You know, people you never thought you'd meet. They say there's no such thing as a native Californian.
Yeah, those were the days, no kidding. I wish we'd met there instead of here. What street you live on there?
Lakeview.
Oh, well, that explains it. You had sidewalks and lawns out in front. I lived down on Carrington. My old man's idea of success was $1.20 an hour union scale. He's a maintenance work in the oil fields. He must have had a dozen chances to cut loose on his own, make himself some real dough wildcatting, but he's too yellow to risk his $1.20 an hour. So he never made it.
Well, it's just about that time, you night owls. This John Gilgray, bringing to a close the ranch market.
It's almost a signing off time.
Special. But before I say good,
I've got to check out, too. I guess you'll feel safe from now on, huh?
finest selection on the West Coast.
Wouldn't you like to stay and have breakfast with us? I'd like you to meet my husband.
Money in the whole world.
Sorry, but no can do. I've got my reports to make out.
Where the beaches get their money from.
We've been having a lot of trouble with prowlers lately. I'll drop by once in a while to see if everything's okay.
Won't that be too much trouble?
Morning on your breakfast toast. On
Well,
your
it could be, but I don't think it will. After all, we Hoosiers have to kind of stick together, don't we?
Sure do.
Good night.
Good night.
Roughly 3:58 a.m. and 50 seconds. I'll be with you again tomorrow night. And good news, folks. The cost of living is going down. Good night to everyone. I'll be seeing you, Susan.
You got one of those, businesses? Thanks. Boy, if they could only see me now, I'd be the envy of the force if they knew about this, huh? Those guys is nothing but hamburgers night off or no night off. They don't mind, though. Hamburgers the only thing they're used to.
You don't like being a policeman, do you?
Why should I?
Well, for one thing, you look nice in the uniform.
This is the only uniform I like. Quite a collection. Got any Guy Lombardo?
They're not what they seem. Those are my husband's programs, all of those shells. He has them recorded so he can listen and improve his diction. There's nothing wrong with being a policeman.
Nothing wrong with digging ditches either, delivering the mail. I'd rather be one of those guys shows up around 10 in the morning after having a big argument with himself over whether he'll drive the station wagon today or the convertible.
What are you looking for, cigarettes?
Yeah. Fresh shot. You don't smoke, do you?
No, but my husband does, only he keeps them locked up.
Are you kidding?
Well, no, he keeps a carton of one there all the time. If you were a good locksmith, I could give you back.
Hold on. Give me a bobby pin. You keep everything locked up?
Mostly.
You too?
That's a leading question.
Probably does. A mean, jealous guy like that wants his wife all to himself. I can't say I blame him, though. I do the same myself. There. See how silly it is to keep things locked up?
Maybe, but it did delay you for a little while.
Is that all he wants, just to delay things?
Sometimes a little delay does the trick.
Harder to close than it was to open. You ever dance?
I used to.
So, Doc, another thing I think you'll like is tree-ripened fruit for dessert these mild September evenings. The wife serves fruit and coffee every night, and I want to tell you, when I lean back from the table and take that first puff off my cigarette,
Think he was
then
watching.
I know all's well with the world, and the wife knows it too. Good idea when you
There's
got
only one good thing about this arrangement.
What's that?
At least you always know what he's doing.
cheese and apple.
He always knows what I'm doing, too.
Pears, one of the best food
Like making me sandwiches tonight?
Really.
He'll know. Why not?
Amazingly priced. Well, I got a real
What's a guy like that look like anyway?
out there.
Oh, just like a normal, decent, middle-aged American husband, which he is.
You don't make him sound very exciting.
A lot of good things aren't exciting. That's what's good about him.
Why did you marry him, Susan?
Because I loved him.
Try again. Why did you marry him?
While I was knocking around at movie studio gates, I found out a few things about myself. I married him because I wanted a family. That's why we got this big house. I wanted kids.
So have you got him?
No.
What other reason was there?
To stay away from men like you.
But it didn't do any good, did it?
You're a real cop, aren't you? You want everything free.
Honey, you're wrong. People never give anything to cops for free. They always figure to get something out of it.
I think you better get out of here.
I would not be a fool to do a thing like that.
I'll report you.
Go ahead. You know where the phone is.
Please go. Please leave me alone. Stop it. What do you think I am? I told you to leave me alone. Now get out of here.
All right. Night.
And don't come back.
No, please. I came to apologize for the other night. Look, it's kind of hard to apologize like this.
Thanks for the apology, but you shouldn't have come back.
Maybe not, but I couldn't leave things the way they were.
Why not?
Well, I just didn't want to give you the wrong impression, that's all. There's another reason I came around, too. Do you mind? This probably sounds corny, but I get lonesome once in a while. I guess everybody does, and the idea of both of us coming from the same part of the country, and both of us being alone.
Yes, I know.
It's kind of a homesickness, I guess. We used to have a record of that, did you? Did you ever go to the football dances after the Terre Haute East Indianapolis games?
I went to two of them.
I bet you're a good dancer, too. We might have met right there in Terre Haute.
Yeah, I guess we might have. We were both dancing there on the same floor. We might have bumped into each other and didn't even know it.
Could be, but I doubt it.
Why?
Because I'd have turned and looked and I'd have remembered your face. Even now I'd remember it.
Things never turn out quite like that.
I'd have taken just one look at you and I'd have asked you to dance. Come on, please. And I'd ask your name and you'd have told me. And I'd have told you how swell you danced. How pretty you were.
I'd have liked that. But I'd have been scared.
Maybe. But not for long.
Why not? Please don't. I mean it, Glenn. Please don't.
Here, take a look at this. No future in being a cop, that's what some guys think. No money, and they just don't like the work. Well, I do. Rose quartz, one of the best specimens we've found. You see, it just depends on what you figure a cop's job really is. Now, huh? Oh, yes, the history. You know, not far from where we found this, the site of one of the worst Indian massacres in the history of the whole Southwest.
No kidding.
Absolutely. Here. You see, I figure that the job of a cop is to protect lives. Now, some of these trigger-happy guys...
Charles, dear.
Well, they think they have to protect things. Oh, iron pyrites. That's fool's gold. That's the first specimen we found. Cost us $7.80 to have it assayed.
Charles, don't you think Webb's seen enough for tonight?
Have you?
No. The way Bud talks about it, it makes it sort of come alive.
Sure. Here. You know, I've been on the force for 20 years. Almost time for me to retire. And I haven't shot a gun once, except on the range, of course. Oh, that one came from out in the Mojave Desert, a place called Calico. Used to be a real rip-roaring mining town. Now, hardly anybody knows it even exists. Why, even coyotes...
But Charles, Webb has a date. Look at the way he's dressed up.
No.
He smells pretty, too.
Oh, Bud, these rocks, I can see how they can kind of get you.
You can't kid me, Webb Garwood. Ought to be ashamed of yourself. Nice enough to come over here on his only night off and you chew his ear off about our silly old rocks. I know you're itching to leave. Well, get along with you wherever you're expected.
Okay. I guess I have sort of outstayed my welcome. But that dinner was just wonderful, guys. And that roast beef and the cake is just stuffed right up to here. Well, we'll take up where we left off, Bud. See you, Bud boy.
Good night, Webb.
Good night.
Be seeing you. I know. I was nasty to him, wasn't I?
Well, you do kind of pick on him. Why?
Well, maybe it's because he seems so bored. And never really listens when you talk and hates being a cop.
Oh, for goodness sakes. What's got into you anyway?
When? What are you thinking about?
Hey. Some news been added.
Yeah, he bought it for me when I told him about the prowler.
You got a permit for this pop gun?
I don't know. Anyway, nobody's going to use it.
That was stolen fun. And what could be sweeter than that?
I can't stand the oily sound of that guy's voice.
Ranch market pen.
No, Webb. I have to listen because he always asks me how he was.
I wish he'd sign off and come home and walk in that door and find this.
Webb, we have to stop seeing each other. I'm scared.
Because of what I just said?
Maybe.
Forget it, baby. That was just talk. Do you think I meant that?
No, I guess not. I know how you feel, always sneaking around and really feeling free. I feel the same way.
I don't want to spend just one evening with you. I want to spend a one.
Oh, I do too.
My vacation begins tomorrow.
Are you going away somewhere?
Las Vegas.
How long will you be gone?
2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Come with me.
Oh, I couldn't.
Why not? We could think up some excuse. There's a place I want you to see. It's a sort of a thing that I've dreamed of owning someday. A motor court. Every time I hit Las Vegas, I'd take a good look at it just to make sure it's still there. You and I had something like that in each other. Troubles be over, we wouldn't have to worry about anything as long as we live.
I know.
Man's got a place like that. It's working for him 24 hours a day. He amounts to something. He's got some position in the community. You know, we could go to the mountains every summer, all summer long, and that motel would still be hauling in the dough. Even when you're sleeping, it'd be making money for you. Oh, baby, you just gotta come to Las Vegas with me. That's the greatest little town in the world.
You know I can't.
Now, don't say that.
Well, friends, that's our good night tune. And remember, folks, the cost of living is going down. Good night to everyone. I'll be seeing you, Susan.
Well, do you come to Las Vegas or don't you?
Well, there's no way I can, Webb. If you're giving me a little warning, I might...
That's the way it is. Let's forget about it.
I knew you'd do this sometime. I knew it from the very beginning.
You were just a dame, and it'd be different, Susan. But you're special.
No, darling, no.
The plane from here gets into Las Vegas every night at 7.
Listen, Webb, you've got to listen to me.
I'll be there to meet you tomorrow night at 7. I don't care what kind of an excuse you have.
I can't, darling, please.
You do it because you've got to. Tomorrow night, 7.
Oh, Webb. Webb.
Attention, please. Passenger witness. Step to the Western Airlines counter. Passenger witness, please. Attention. Passenger boys, please confirm your ticket.
It's almost 9 o'clock plane tonight. How's that?
I'm very sorry, madam, but that flight is all filled.
Well, that's strange. We've always
Yeah, there are 2 sections on that flight 27.
No, sir, only one tonight. If you'll give me your name, madam, I'll put you on the next
We've
flight.
always taken care of
What time's the next plane for the coast?
8:31, sir. If you'll give me your name, I'll put you down for another flight.
Salt Lake 20, please.
Your name, please, madam?
It's dangerous. He's here. Go away.
Come on, get in the car. Or should we talk inside? Come on.
He expects me. It's why I couldn't come.
Wait a did he find out? What does he know?
Lots of things. He says little things. And when I tried to make an excuse to get away for a few days, he accused me.
Did you admit anything?
No.
Good.
I couldn't convince him. He says if he ever caught me, he'd kill me.
God.
No, he means
What does
it.
he want, the gas cage?
After he killed me, he says he'd kill himself. That would be a good bargain. He wouldn't want to live anyhow. Oh, whether it would be my fault. He loves me. He's been so sweet to me, and I've betrayed him. I lied to him. I felt so rotten. I wish I'd never seen you. I can't see you
Did
anymore.
you hide that gun?
I tried to, but it was gone.
Oh, the crazy fool.
If he'd do it, I know he would.
Did you have those lights on?
No, when he's awake.
Susan. I'll go around on the side of the house in case he starts anything.
Susan! Where are you, Susan? Susan!
I'm here, John. In the kitchen. I woke up and I was thirsty.
I thought I heard talking. I thought I heard voices.
You must have imagined it.
Look, I heard you. Don't tell me I imagined it.
You must have. It isn't even dawn yet.
All right. All right.
Hello. I know, baby, I know, but it's too risky for you, way too risky. Yeah, but like you said, we better call it quits. Yeah. Hello. I know. No. I know, baby, it's tough for me too. Sure, I miss you. I'm counting the days till I go back to work so I can get you out of my mind. I'm sorry, Susan, but you have to understand I just can't take it anymore. We have to call it quits, the end, fini. Yeah. It's open. Susan, you shouldn't have.
Oh, well, take me away wherever you want. Don't bring me back. It's crazy, I know it. I love you, Webb. I love you so much that I'm afraid of you. I asked him for a divorce.
When?
I begged, I pleaded.
When was this?
This afternoon.
He told you about me?
Well, not who you were.
What did he say?
He said that he'd never let me go under any conditions, ever.
We haven't much choice, have we?
We have, Webb, we have. Take me away now.
Don't forget, Susan, you were brought up on Lakeview. You begin to miss the things you're used to, your maid and house. I couldn't give you any of that easy life stuff.
Webb, I'd be happy with you no matter where we lived or how, so long as it's far away.
We couldn't get far enough to forget him, Susan. He'd always be with us and between us. We could never really be man and wife. Then you'd start to hate me, and that'd be worse than not having you at all.
Who's saying no?
That's why I haven't been answering your calls or trying to see you. I was going to write it out for you. Suppose we'll always remember each other, at least I know I'll always remember you, but it had to end sometime.
When?
Quicker the cut, the less it hurts.
I was hoping you'd say this, Webb, and mean it. I'm glad you said it, because I've been too weak to say it myself. I've been wrong. I'd forgotten what it was like to have self-respect.
Thanks for checking me in.
Forget it, bud.
Shop 7016, no delay.
Oh, Webb.
Yeah?
131A, code 1.
You feeling okay?
Yeah, why?
Well, the last few days you've been acting like you sat on a cactus. Started right after your vacation. I told the old lady, and she says you were just high-strung, but I've been worried about it, and tonight it seemed worse than ever.
16T, Roger.
Thanks for worrying, but I guess it's nothing worse than getting back in the swing of the job.
Okay. But if there's anything I can do, just remember, little old Bud's always willing. Good night.
All right?
Mingo and Harvey. 10A, 14B will meet you. 10A, 14B will meet you. 49, 1918 Orchid.
49, check. Just dropped Crocker on my way to check in.
49, 1918 Orchid. Reports a prowler there. 1918 Orchid. Reports a prowler there.
I'm on my way. Who's there? phone. Call homicide. I parked the car out in front of the Gilbray house. Naturally, I was ready for trouble. Then I saw something move out in the vacant lot. I guess he must have been there hunting for the prowler himself, because he stood up suddenly and started to run. I pulled out my gun. I called halt 3 times. Then he sort of whirled and turned, and I guess he was about 40 feet away. I saw he had his gun on me, so I fired just once. I was trying to shoot low. And then he went down, so I ran over to him, and just as I got there and bent down, he sort of pushed himself up on one elbow and fired at me point blank. And then I saw that he was dead.
Please finish, Officer Garwood.
Well, there isn't very much more. When I got a good look at him, I saw that he wasn't any prowler. He had his bathrobe and slippers on. And I knew that I'd made a terrible mistake.
Do you remember anything else?
No, sir, nothing.
Witness will be excused. Mrs. John Gilbray.
So you've never seen her before, huh?
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
Just the way I heard it.
help you God?
I do.
I hope you will understand, Mrs. Gilbray, the purpose of this hearing is to learn the whole truth of the shooting. And if you have any reason to believe there was an irregularity on the part of Officer Garwood, it is your duty so to state. You understand that, don't you?
I understand.
A minute ago, in the presence of the jury, you made an accusation.
I was upset.
Oh, I see. Now, would you recount the events of that night as you recall them?
When I heard the first shot,
Could you speak a little louder, Mrs. Gilbray?
I ran towards the front door.
There.
Now when I reached the door, I heard the second shot. I ran outside and I saw what happened.
Officer Garwood, would you please stand up and face the witness? Now, will you please tell us, Mrs. Gilbray, whether you ever saw this man prior to the death of your husband?
Why? No.
You may sit down. Officer Crawford, will you please rise and face the witness? Had you ever seen this man before the death of your husband?
Why? Well, I may have seen him. I'm not at all certain.
As a matter of fact, wasn't there a prowler around your house some 2 months ago? And didn't Officers Crocker and Garwood come to your house after you called the police?
Well, yes, there were 2 officers who came to the house. One of them might have been the gentleman there.
And the other might have been Officer Garwood.
Well, one of them was of the officers who was outside most of the time, and I was very frightened. Why are you asking me all this?
You may sit down. One of the 2 officers here recalled the previous prowler call and brought it to my attention. Since there had been a prowler around the house before, it would perhaps be quite natural for your husband to be alarmed by the second one, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Now, Mrs. Gilvray, have you any reason whatsoever to believe that the circumstances attending your husband's death were other than those described by Officer Garwood?
No.
Thank you. Now, you may step down from the stand.
You must be getting old. I've known you to forget faces, but a figure like that?
Coroner, the verdict is accidental homicide. That is your verdict?
It is.
Thank you very much. Jury is dismissed. The inquest is concluded and will be so entered in the records of this office.
Do you care to make any statement about shooting officer?
Good evening, Mr. Gilbert.
Oh, good evening, officer.
Oh, I'm afraid it isn't an officer anymore. I resigned from the force a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I know. I read about it in the papers. Sorry to hear it.
Mr. Gilbert, I have a kind of problem. I wonder if you could help me out on it.
I'll be glad to if I can.
Well, it's just that, tell me, how's your sister-in-law taking it by now?
Well as can be expected. Those things take time, you know.
I sent her some flowers, but she sent them back. I guess it was the wrong thing to do, but I just can't seem to get this thing out of my head.
Oh, well, if I were you, I wouldn't.
There doesn't seem to be any way I can help at all. You know, with the house and everything, I guess she'll have enough to get by on. That is when it's all settled up, but in the meantime, if she needs any ready cash, it's not much considering what's happened. It's only a little over $700, but if she'll accept it...
Mr. Garwood, that's just about the most decent thing I've ever heard a man say. And I'm going to tell her about it, too. But just so you won't feel quite so bad. You know, you couldn't exactly say that their marriage was perfect.
No?
No. My brother, well, between you and me, he wasn't the easiest person in the world to get along with. And well, she wanted children, and, well, he couldn't have any. And so, you see, it wasn't as if it was a happy marriage even before the accident.
I guess no matter how much money we've got, we've all got our worries. I was just wondering if, there's a lot I'd like to get off my chest. Do you suppose she'd see me?
Well, I don't know why she shouldn't. The wife and I, we're spending a little time with her, and I tell you what, I'll talk to her about it, and I'll let you know.
Will you do that? I'd appreciate that so much.
How about a soda?
No, thanks. Thanks so much. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, Mr. Garwood, how do you do? She's right in there. We're packing. I told her you were coming sometime this afternoon. You can go right on in. I'll go down the street and call on a neighbor. My husband said it would be much more comfortable for both of you if you talked alone.
I see. Thank you very much.
come here.
Say anything you want to say. I can take it.
I haven't anything to say.
I know how terrible it's been for you, Susan, but no matter how bad it was, you can't let an accident stand between.
Accident?
Accident, yes. Don't you believe that?
Well, I don't know what I believe.
When you lied for me on the stand, when you said you'd never seen me before, you didn't think you were lying to save a murderer, did you?
Well, I don't know what I believe.
You believed I was guilty. You must have.
Oh, no, I wasn't sure. There were other reasons.
What other reasons? What other reasons could there be?
Well, I can't tell you. They're too important.
You really thought I was guilty, didn't you? Don't you know me any better than that? I know you, Susan. I know if you really thought I murdered him, you'd have told them. You wouldn't have covered up for a murderer, Susan. You couldn't.
If it was an accident, it was so terribly convenient.
Look, do you remember that medal that I used to wear? That sharpshooter's medal? And how much I used to like guns? Well, after what I've been through. It's like running some innocent kid down in the street. You never would have drive a car again. I couldn't bring myself to touch a gun again as long as I live. Look at it this way. If it wasn't an accident, what reason did I have? You'd already offered to come away with me, hadn't you? And I decided that wasn't right. Maybe that was my mistake. Maybe if I'd said yes and we'd run out on him, we'd all have been happier.
Oh, no, he'd rather be the way he is than alive and alone. It's not his dying. I can't forget it. It's what led up to it. You used to say he was ordinary, dull. To you he was. I didn't argue with you. I began to believe it myself. I almost began to hate him. Did hate him. And not because of what he was doing to me, but because of what I was doing to him. Then he was killed. I'll never be sent to jail or condemned to die for what I've done. I've been praying that I would be.
Susan, suppose I hadn't known you, not at all. Suppose I was just a cop on the beat. It happened anyway. It'd be just the same now as far as he's concerned. Only you'd be alone. And so would I. Let's face it, if having him dead is the only way we can be together, happily together, I'm glad he's dead. If I'd realized that was the only way, I don't know, I might have killed him. That's how much I want you. The whole thing turned on a freak accident. You got to believe that, Susan.
Well, look at me.
I didn't do it, Susan. I'll swear that by the only thing I ever really loved, and that's you. No. Now it's your turn. You've got to tell me you believe.
I do.
Dave.
Love each other, why shouldn't they be married? Let's forget the past, that's what I say.
How about a picture of you and the missus, huh?
Sure, come on, Marty.
Well enough. Thanks a lot.
Wonderful guy, you're Webb. You don't have to tell me. Hey, Webb. Wait a minute, I gotta tell it. Now, this fellow Webb here
Well, you know what happened to my brother? Well, after that, he came into my store one day, and with his entire savings, mind you, and he wanted to give them to Susan here. Pretty doggone square of him, I'd say.
He's the squarest guy I know. So long, Wes.
So long, bud.
So long, Susan.
So long.
Take good care of him, gal.
Well, goodbye, darling. And do be happy you deserve
Oh, well, remember, that country around Las Vegas, best place in the state for rocks.
I'll remember, bud.
So long. Hey, you take care of yourself, kid.
Look this way.
There isn't everybody can have a honeymoon in their own motel.
It's wonderful. Welcome home, Mr. Garwood. Mrs. Garwood, I've been expecting you all afternoon. I think you'll find everything ready.
Is that the owner's apartment? In there. How's business?
Like that. All afternoon.
Wonderful.
Excuse me.
Hey, there. Good? I think I gotta check over at the office. I'll be back in a minute.
Don't be long. Oh, Mr. Garwood, Mr. and Mrs. Talbot.
Oh, yeah. How do you do?
Mr. Garwood's the new owner. Oh, darling, happy wedding night.
There never was a better time for a toast. What's wrong?
Haven't you noticed I've been drinking very much lately?
No. Since when?
2 or 3 weeks.
Why not?
Are there any units here with more rooms than this one?
Yeah, a couple. What?
Well, you better start making arrangements for one of them. We're going to need more space by summer.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
In just those words.
How long's this been going on?
4 months. And nobody knew. Aren't you glad?
Sure. Sure.
Please come over and kiss me.
You go on and get some sleep. Susan.
Yes?
You've known for 4 months, you say, about the baby?
Yes?
Well, why didn't you tell me before this? You know you and I can't have a baby yet.
What are you talking about? We're going to. It's what I've always wanted.
The minute that baby's born, we're in trouble, both of us.
I don't know what you mean.
Because we won't have been married long enough for it to be mine. And it couldn't have been your husband's.
How do you know?
Your brother-in-law, your ex-brother-in-law.
I didn't know John had told you.
He did. Both him and his wife.
Oh, we could keep it a secret. They're a long way off. They'd never have to know.
They'll know right along with everybody else. What about those reporters this afternoon and the photographers? Cop marries widow of man he killed. Don't you think the birth of the dead man's baby is going to make even a better story?
It's not his. It's ours.
Sure, and they'll all know that.
I don't care who knows it.
Look, do I have to draw a picture for you? When that baby is born, they'll know that you and I were seeing each other long before the killing. And they'll remember your testimony that you've never seen me before in your life. How do you think that's going to look? It's an ambulance.
What are we going to do? Well,
Yeah.
we could get away from here before anybody has a chance to notice. We'll go where we're not known. I could have my baby there.
It'd be the record of the birth certificate, the record of the doctor's report, the record of the hospital.
We'll give a false name. Then we'll take the baby to some home and pretend to adopt it later.
They've seen those pictures in the scandal sheets. They've recognized you. Even the doctor who performed the delivery could appear as a witness against you later on.
It's a chance we could risk it.
He'd have a little talk with the local sheriff, a query would go through. You want me to take it from there for you? Headquarters, attention, Chief of Police, case of Officer Garwood.
What could they find?
Chief of Detectives, Homicide Bureau. Please oblige with records of Gilbert inquest.
But they know all that.
Officer Crocker, report immediately. If you have questions, they need to begin to think. Then they'd locate that ex-brother-in-law of yours and his wife. And they'd talk.
But that's all they could do.
Oh, they'd know we both lied. There'd be cops from homicide on the next plane.
People can't be convicted of something they didn't do.
That's a nice theory, only it doesn't work. Juries decide these things, and juries are made up of human beings. I want you to think about something just for a minute.
All right.
Try to remember how close you came to believing that I was guilty.
Well,
Yeah. Then think, if that baby was born, what a time we'd have with all that evidence against us.
we'll go somewhere where nobody's around, where we'll be absolutely alone.
days without doctors. But you had training, hadn't you?
But not enough. There might be complications. No, that's too risky. It's way too risky.
Well, if I'm not afraid, why should you be?
This is it, Bud's ghost town. We're lucky. No one could have been in or out of here for months. Roger.
Shall we take the penthouse or the bridal suite?
Into the dispo zone. Got news for you. I'm fresh out of needles. Secrets?
John had made to order.
You scared?
I've hardly thought about it.
Don't be. We're really prepared for triplets. I don't think they've forgotten a thing. Would you like to go out for a little walk? Sunset. This This will be a good story for him to tell his buddies. His birth increased the population of his hometown by 33 and 1/3%. You could go for miles in any direction, find nobody but close relatives.
That's one of the things we won't ever be able to tell him.
No. Now, that kid's gonna be on the beam from the second he gets into this world. The breaks he gets are gonna be good, not like his old man.
Everybody has bad breaks once in a while. Just so we teach him to overcome them.
Heck, just so long as he's man enough to overcome them. And next time, Ma, the biggest private room in the best hospital in Vegas. Nurses round the clock. Flowers, doctors, nothing but the best.
Oh, it's so beautiful. They say that's important. I mean for the mother.
Old Bud Crocker used to say there's something about the desert that...
Maybe there'll be a mom. I hope so, don't you?
Well, folks, almost time for signing off. But still time to tell you about the wife's receipt for plump, tender little ranch.
John's records. I must have gotten it.
She likes nothing better than fresh garden-grown parsley and a few of our ice-crisp hearts of celery. And the cost of living is going down. Good night to everyone. I'll be seeing you, Susan.
Webb Garwood here?
Oh, the Garwoods are away on a vacation.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry to hear that. We're on our way home ourselves. We're hoping to meet him. Oh, Crocker's the name.
How do you do?
Well, this here's my war department.
Oh, of course. You're the people who send the wire.
Yeah.
Well, it seems they stay right in Frisco all the time. You know how young folks are. It's a big town. They like excitement. Oh, this last one here's from Boston. Says they're kind of stuck on that desert country. There's no need to expect them home for about 2 more weeks.
Barstow, huh? I bet Webb's going to take in one of my ghost towns. He used to pass the time telling them what I know about that country. Gold rush, land grabs. Mineral Canyon, you reckon?
Or Calico.
Oh, no. Mineral Canyon. Calico's the tail end of creation. Not even the coyotes will stop at Calico. Now, Mineral Canyon, that's real pretty. Hey, how about it? On the off chance of meeting up with him.
I'm game.
Okay. Is he driving a Chevy?
Oh, no. They got a new Cadillac sedan. Dark green.
A caddy, huh? He sure made it. Yes, sir, he sure made it now. Well, if we miss him, tell him that Bud was by. Little old Bud, he'll know.
Sure will.
Come on, honey.
Susan, I'm gonna get the doctor.
I'll be all right. I'll be all right.
Having a baby isn't supposed to be like this. Something happened to you. I'm gonna get the doctor.
No, no. Well, you said yourself they can't be a witness.
This time of night, everyone seems to think they have an emergency, but I'm too old.
Phil, tell him about Dr. Parrish.
Yeah, Dr. Parrish, just down the block. He's the finest, most obliging young doctor you want to meet.
And besides, he needs the business, Phil.
But you're the one I want, Doc. You just have to take my word for it.
I wish I could, son. I can't. Most people don't know an emergency when they see one.
Okay, now, will you believe me?
Well, looks like I'll have to go, Effie.
I'm sorry, dear. What am I going to do if Mrs. Lawson calls?
Well, I don't know what we'll do.
Drive carefully, dear.
Yeah. Better come in my car, Doc. I know the way.
I'll take my own. It's right out here in the street. I may have a call to make on the way back. You go ahead. I'll follow you. Don't need to lie to me about where you're going, how far it was. You'll be all right now, little lady.
Let's just put this under your head.
If you don't mind. Your wife will be quite all right. The baby's heartbeats are normal. There won't be much happening in there for an hour or so.
Meantime, I've given her something that should help.
She'd like to see you. But be sure she stays quiet.
What if he recognizes us, Will?
He won't. It turned out lucky. He won't recognize us.
You were so sure before that anyone
Oh, he's an old man. He can't even see so good.
He might have known who we are right off. Perhaps he knows our names right this minute.
Stop imagining things. Take my word. Don't worry about it.
Well, you were were so frightened before. Now you're not. Why?
What is this, a third degree?
Is it because of the gun? You said you'd never touch one again. Ever.
What are you driving at?
If he recognizes us, he'll use it. Won't you?
Are you crazy?
Maybe you'll use it anyway just to make sure. Is that why you're so certain? Is it?
You're really crazy.
You plan to kill him. Don't you?
Take it easy, baby. You're all upset.
No one would have known. No one. Not even I would have known. It would have been perfect. Perfect. Just like the other time. Worse. There was a reason last time. You loved me. You did. Didn't you?
Of course I loved you. I always will. What are you raving about?
You haven't denied it.
Denied what?
Killing my husband.
Well, that's no secret. Of course I killed him. That's public record.
I mean, not accidentally. I mean...
Cut it out, Susan. You're all mixed up. You're bound to be. The doc said you were supposed to keep quiet now. Hey, Doc. We'll talk about this tomorrow. In the daylight. You gotta think about yourself, you know. You gotta think about the kid. So, Doc, my wife is kind of excited. Maybe you better see what you can do. Boy?
A little girl. Your wife is fine. It was a normal birth.
It's just like her mother. You know, they say this is about the happiest time of a person's life.
Do they?
Yeah, that's what they say. What can I get you? More milk? More coffee? Maybe I can whip the doc and me up a celebration breakfast. How about that, huh? Hey, Doc!
When?
What did you tell him?
To get away, if he could.
He took the key. Did you tell him our name?
I didn't have to. Your badge. You lied to him. He remembered seeing your face in the newspaper.
Why didn't he go last night?
He waited till he could take the baby with him.
In 10 minutes, he'll be on his way back here with the cops. Wait a minute. There's another key. There's a spare. Sure there was. You had it, didn't you? Where is it? Okay, he's too far ahead. I couldn't catch up with him now. But unless I hit that highway before they start back, Where is it, Susan? Where is that key? You've got to tell me.
You murdered my husband. You would have killed the doctor.
So what? So I'm no good. Well, I'm no worse than anybody else. You work in a store, you knock down on the cash register. A big boss, the income tax. Ward healer, you sell votes. A lawyer, take bribes. I was a cop. I used a gun. But whatever I did for you. That first night, remember? I came back by myself. Why do you think I did that? And last night, I brought the doctor. Walked right into town and stuck my head in the noose. Why do you think I did that? Because I loved you, Susie. Say anything you want to. You gotta give me credit for that.
Like I gave you credit before.
How am I any different from those other guys? Some do it for $1 million, some for 10. I did it for 62,000.
You knew about the money. You
I knew. I read his will when his dumb voice was drooling over the radio. Do you take me for a sucker?
Get out. Get out. You haven't got a chance. Take it.
So that was the Prowler from 1951. I don't know if I should do a review. I didn't really see any inspiration in it for the game, so I don't think it's necessary to even have a review for, because then I will dilute. The context will be confused. But I was thinking at some point it was a very good movie, and maybe a very, very good movie, so I don't know, actually. It still has some good qualities. And now some people are blasting the music. I'm thinking of maybe finishing some task. Doing laundry is too late again, I think. Actually, no, it's not too late. Because it will take maybe 1.5 hours to run it, and then I just need to go down and hang it. Expired food, I can think about that. I can do TurboScribe. I think I will wait. I don't need to do any more TurboScribe. I can check if I do need. I could potentially run the street kitchen on Turkish. I actually have some recordings regarding the hotel, but those are in English, so those I can transcribe. Those have already been transcribed. So I'm gonna say, let's remove. Wait, if I just delete it, then it will ask. Boom, done. Then let's look for job, or should I look at laundry? I'm gonna check if the laundry is available. The machine was available, but there were things hanging, so I cannot hang the stuff. So I'm gonna push it to tomorrow. And let's see if I can find the job. Let's go grok, because I already loaded up the context there. Find me a job. Third. E. Office coordinator. Can you find anything near here? Planadministratör. I'm not super qualified. I don't have this. But I can definitely learn very fast. And I've gotten the recommendation to look for jobs even if you don't have the everything. So I'm gonna apply for this job. I'm gonna hide my work. Done. I had already prepared, I had all the documents and everything since before. So now I'm just gonna add it to my administrative systems, because they were asking a bunch if I had experience from that. And this is my own design. First principle designs. I think it was right. Yep. Done. And I should actually look for another job, since I didn't look for one yesterday. Can you find anything that relates to my other interests, but still are not about system development or game dev? It's because I have to apply for at least 3 jobs that are other work, which is not the one I'm registered at Arbetsförmedlingen to look for, which is system developer, programmer, application developer, or game tester. So, and I include all of the game dev jobs there, because later I use in-game to look for and outside my pen daily commute distance. Pedagog till samisk förskola. Well, okay, but I don't think that will work, because I can't speak any Sami language. That are checked. Social sustainability. Samordnare. I can check it. Oh, it doesn't exist. But working at Boliden would be pretty cool. Distance or location, Sweden, Boliden, view jobs. Permanent time. Okay, 6 jobs. Forest, payroll specialist, cybersecurity, electric. Oh, this looks interesting. I can apply, I don't think I will get it. And maybe I can get this job. This one, I don't really have that either. I could apply for both of them. But this is interesting personally, because building a data center needs space, and underground there might be space. I have an account. Okay, this is one of the troublesome things, that they ask you to make an account in order to make an application and stuff. I'm gonna hide the screen and see if I can okay, I should probably, I need to sign in, and obviously I forgot my password because I only log in to look for a job when I find one, and it's rare. I should have gotten an email. For a link for a password. Yes, I got it. Making a new password. Password it's set. Now logging in with new password. Apparently cannot click enter. It doesn't. You have to manually click the sign in button. Okay, there I'm in. Now how I updated the site. Now I signed in. Now I should be able to click apply, but let's hide. Use my last application. Let's give them the ability to mail me if they find a job that fits. It has never happened before. Well, maybe once or twice actually, that a company have emailed me about a job. It has actually happened. Great. Now I have applied for underhållsingenjör. There we go. That's done. Now let's look at the other one. Restart, and I'm logged in. Use my last application. How did I hear from you? Through Grok. Cannot choose it, so it's other. And my email is, and the address is correct and stuff. And everything seems to be in order. I have to give consent again every time I apply for something, and I have to say my gender again. What's the point of having an account if you can't save things like this? Do they expect me to switch gender every day? Application submitted. Great. Link. The title and the company and the date. There we go. We're way ahead. Perfect. Tomorrow it would be kind of interesting to call them and ask about this. I don't think I can get this job, but I can still call them and ask what's up. It would be really fun to work with this, to get to know a bunch of abandoned mines. If I could help prepare these, if Boliden would be interested basically in renting out this space. It's free money. I don't have anyone who I don't know who would be interested in investing in data centers yet. But once I get one in the budget, there might be a use case for these abandoned mines, or there might, like the municipality might help, or just having something in them just makes them not feel useless and like a waste. Kind of it's a form of, I guess it's a form of greenwashing kind of thing, or creating public opinion, like, oh, it's not so bad to create a mine, because when it's used, when the minerals have been extracted, we fill the mine with useful things, and we can actually use that space, so everything becomes really good. And then if the space is used for AI data centers, and the AI serves the people, everyone gets a personal lawyer, a personal administrator, a personal job application thing. Everyone gets their personal AI government employee, like, that can just make sure, like, can raise the bar so that everyone can handle all of the bureaucracy. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be great? Vote for me somehow in the next election. Okay, good job. Two jobs applied for. Now I could do a lot of different things. I could handle expiration dangerous food, apply for education in fall. I could look at my emails. I feel like I should look at my emails. Let's just hide that for a second, because it might contain something sensitive. It actually has a piece of sensitive information, so I cannot show emails today, but I got mail from YouTube. I haven't noticed it. I got 3 mails from YouTube. One was the 2nd of June, that was yesterday. Your stream have been interrupted because of upphovsrättsanspråk. So there's problem with intellectual property. Okay, streams are interrupted when there is intellectual property material detected. When the intellectual property material no longer streams, it's in stream, it is activated, the stream is activated automatically. So it seems like there's no problem, just that there was an interruption there. It was my 12-hour stream, and I'm not sure what part got interrupted. It should have been several parts probably. Because of the workout. But I thought YouTube could handle that, because it's a video on YouTube. I guess I was incorrect. As long as I'm not doing anything with any kind of permanent problems. Okay, the video cannot generate income. This was 16 hours ago. What? lot of stuff where okay, I don't even know. This it's AI, all the dAI, so it's either the one I did yesterday or before yesterday or today. Oh, it's Lone Traveler HVR DVR. I don't remember playing this, and I don't remember playing this, and I don't recall playing this. Oh, 17 different. Okay, it's not a warning and my channel is not affected. It's just that the one who has right to this will get the money from people looking at the stream or get statistics about it. There's a lot of... Before it loads, I'm gonna check. Okay, what happened? Seems to be a bunch of music. Oh, the major and the minor. Audio, yeah. Tell it like it is. When did these things play? It must have been during, but there's a lot. 17 things. I don't think this is entirely correct. Because I didn't play any music, did I? Could have been some music in the movies. They were old movies, so they couldn't have contained the modern music. And it could be music from the aerobics video I watched, and it could be music from the yoga video I watched. But yeah, I don't think it will matter in the near future. Anyways. And I think the priority is just to not... Oh, the video have been blocked and can no longer be played at YouTube. This is not a warning, this is not a channel, is not affected. And there are 18. Oh, it seems like it has gradually discovered more stuff. Okay, and because I streamed... I see, because I had the microphone on when I was watching the major and the minor. And the video got blocked globally, so I guess this video is also going to get blocked globally since I had the mic on during the movie. Okay. Great. €8.63 has been charged for my Hetzner server. I hope it could handle that, because I don't want to get in trouble with Hetzner, because they are a good service server company. And Anthropic tried to withdraw for my monthly subscription, but it failed 2 times. A bunch of AI news. OpenAI's Codex now builds shareable websites and apps from your ideas. So, describe what you want, get a live hosted web app with URL, load the prompt setup, no config file, just a prompt. I could probably do this for people. Like for me, this is in a sense a competition for what I'm creating, but I could basically use this service to create apps for people if somebody needs something. The tricky thing is to open the mind of people to show that what is possible. That might be worth doing. Here what you can build with it: dashboards, planners, review workspaces, product boards, galleries, and lightweight tools. Sites can be shared with anyone in your workspace via URL, giving teams a place to explore work, contribute input, and track progress. You can also ask Codex to inspect saved versions, check deployment status, and change who can access the deploy set. This has definitely a monthly fee. Hermes desktop, here we go. Agentic is getting closer to the people. Native app for Mac, Windows, and Linux. I feel it's a bit late. It should have come earlier. I was expecting this earlier. Here's the key thing to understand: this is not a separate product. It's the same agent core you get from the CLI, same which you actually get. Render web pages, file tools while chatting, manage routes. This is a way for you to keep your data context locally to basically become agentic. Yeah. And here is alpha signal. Sending news. Your enterprise needs a team agent, not a solo bot. Yeah, this is similar to what I've been working on with Rasmus. A team agent. Yeah, and an enterprise agent. What? Partitioning context across 3 dimensions: team, topic, and task. Full relevant node for the finance department without crossing wires with marketing file. Yeah, that's a smart way to do it. That's similar to what I'm doing, but I'm doing it on a much larger scale. Only task, basically. But there might be benefit to do it for a team and topic as well. Is this open source or is it something you pay for? It's probably something you pay for. That's why I sent this. It's probably something paid. Get started for free, that means it costs money. It's not an open source solution. I can help set it up for anyone who needs AI. Okay. This is interesting. When RAG fails, give your agent a terminal. Semantic search excels at querying static knowledge bases. Yet it acts as a massive bottleneck for autonomous coding agents. When AI is debugging a production instance, does not need a vector embedding. It needs an exact error code, specific file path, and a version constraint. Yeah. This is obviously how you do it. You would like, I don't understand why someone would use a RAG to create this problem, basically. But I guess if you have a system that uses RAG and you haven't implemented all the solutions, this is the solution to that. This is another use letter I'm subscribed to. Future of Life, well, EU AI Act newspaper, newsletter. It's very bureaucratical. Targeted consultation. Gather feedback. Clarity. High-risk AI systems. It's interesting because I've used this AI Act guidelines to define if a system is high risk or not, and if you're not high risk, if you're just low risk or no risk, I think it's low risk, yeah, then you basically you don't have to do much to comply with the EU AI Act. It's only if the AI reaches these high risk categories that you have to do a lot of safety regarding it. And there are some things that are strictly illegal that does not come obvious to someone who doesn't know it. Things like, I think I have to look it up. But Proactive Buddy, for example, the one I worked on with Rasmus, is a low risk, so there's not much needed to keep that safe. It's interesting, very bureaucratical stuff. I hope responsible people are working here, doing good things. More alpha signal mail. $1 per million tokens from Grok. Yeah, we're entering the singularity. OpenAI brings collective user to Windows with mobile control. Now colleagues can operate the desktop directly, see screen, clicking buttons, typing. Great. Can take care of everything. Can do all of your jobs, you don't have to do anything. The only thing humans will need in the future is to decide what is right and what is wrong and tell that to the AI. And obviously not everyone will get the right to vote, probably. The people owning AI will yeah, I'm getting into the kind of the dark, the heavy stuff. Of AI, here we go. More alpha signal mail. The real AI gains right now aren't coming from bigger models, coming from smarter infrastructure around them, just like the thing I'm doing. And live harness just proved you can get 88 performance without lifting performance lift. Two more with less. Entering the era of harness. You're making it look and seem epic. The era of the harness. It's more like the minute of the harness. The sentence of the harness. It's gonna be a very short time. Well, maybe the harness would evolve into the moral tools for people to decide, to evaluate, since that's what I'm doing with my harness. Long cat video avatar, single photo plus audio, then you get some simple talking avatar probably. This might be worth looking into. Live harness. What happens if I click here? It's linked to Arxi. That's a GitHub. Adapting the interface, not the model. For deterministic LLM is frozen LLM, weight fixed, evolved runtime harness, training trajectories, contract skill action trajectory, deterministic environments, travel, retail, telecom, web system, body. A bunch of results. Adapting interface, not the model. What does it actually like? How does it do? Harness evolution offline, training trajectories, failure pattern mining and analysis, harness updates, and then training trajectories, and then failure pattern mining and analysis, harness update. That's the same loop I have. That's the same loop I have been making. But they have made something that is complete. Initialization for inference. Procedural skill layer, free retrieve and align procedural skill for the current state, calculate tools and interface, interface constraints, observation, repeat until done, okay. LLM, action, verify the action is illegal. Illegal. Feedback. This is illegal. Executed action, environment feedback. Here's where I have an agent for this, an agent for that, an agent for that, an agent for that. And trajectory revelation layer. Yeah. Where's the little dot there? It's tempting to start to read about this and learn about this, but I think it's better if I make my own stuff, because I need to get shit done. I need to get the game done. That's the main reason I'm making my stuff, to get the game done. And this might make it better, but there are hundreds and thousands of these kinds of ideas. So I'm just gonna wait until something better comes along, and until then just work on my stuff. This is an email from Alex Hormozy. Last week I talked about something that I've been moving towards, which is going more into artist mode, which is making stuff that I want to make, not making things that are optimized for 3-second attention spans and the masses. To be clear, that isn't even really my artist or my customer advice. So let me tell you what I'm actually doing. I'm no longer split testing headlines. I feel like he's switching now from his quantitative focus to a qualitative focus, and he's still using his same amount of driving force. They're not advertising to everyone. Yeah, a small number of people that have most money. Think when everyone acts. Yeah, cool. And here's interesting from Vilma Brännström. They are from Uniquem, which they are my job coach, and they have weekly presentations. Okay, they're gonna talk about Society Expo, which is they are okay. Oh, it said participate on a thing. Okay. Okay, a description of where to go. Okay, they are gonna have an online meeting as well, so I can participate, and us that are living further away. Okay, it's a new link. But there's why are they going to a new place? Okay, it's about health and learning. Okay, learning about health or taking care of people. Okay, I guess we'll see that one tomorrow. Maybe I can stream that. Interesting. More AI news. Microsoft is apparently taking a new, its own path. Microsoft have been pretty quiet. Bill Gates have been pretty quiet this year. Everyone else have been kind of taking the headlines. And Microsoft, the one who makes Windows, obviously need to get in on this. Microsoft build, okay. Models, agents, and qubits. Releasing new models, always on agent, quantum chip even. This might be a big thing. Maybe. Depends on how good it is. If it is as good as Windows, then it's something. But if it's just a kind of prototype situation, then Trump asking AI labs to voluntarily hand frontier models to the government for a 30-day security review before release. Damn. Oh, it was almost 90 days before. 30 days. Interesting. It's similar. It's like this development of how Claude Mythos got partially released to some people or organizations first. So it kind of makes sense to take this step to just release it to the government first, and the government starts to analyze AI. Makes sense. It's like the natural next step, I think. Now it's time for Hollywood to start accepting AI. Yeah. I think Disney was a bit too early with OpenAI collaboration. Still people really hated AI or didn't know about AI. But right now it's just people don't hate it as much, I think. Everyone is learning more that AI is probably going to be the future. And it's just right now it creates AI slop, which is not good quality, and that's like the last argument that people have. Except the moral questions, which are constantly a big problem. But the moral questions need solutions that depend on people learning about AI and use, like, it's a democratizing thing. It's like the world is learning how to read and write, and some people don't like it, and those who don't like it, they don't know how to read and write, and they're trying to outlaw it or try to get rid of it. And it's impossible to get rid of reading and writing. Like, you can't stop people from reading and writing, really. And you can especially not stop them from reading and writing because reading and writing makes you more powerful than people who don't read and write. And that's the same problem with AI today. You can't stop AI because you can't stop the people using AI. It's too hard. And in the long run, you will not be able to keep it stopped, because the people who use AI is going to win all the battles against the people who don't use AI. And this is like a depressing kind of thing that a lot of people need to realize, and will realize at some point, and the sooner the better, I think. Hard truth should be realized ASAP. Bureau Library wants me to come and talk about AI. Now I have to make decisions. This is the email. Hello to Stu. Fun that you hear from you and are willing to come to Burial Library. Now under the summer, Burial Library is going to a summer sleep. But to the fall, we want to fill up with different types of events, and something around AI feels like news and exciting, and it is now when it feels like it's time to plan for the fall's activities. I was thinking first to have something about AI and propaganda, or deepfakes basically, and fabrication of facts. How easy it is to create text and images with the help of generative AI, and how hard it can be to detect and reveal. Maybe something in form of AI cafe with information part, with fika and workshop and a talk, but it's just a thought, one track. So I will take gladly recommendations what you can talk about for an adult target audience or child target audience. Extra exciting if it is your work with background as a game developer, and your wish regarding payment and traveling payment. I don't know how much I should ask for. How do we go further? Do you want to hear or mail talk, or mail? Maybe mail something first. I'm gonna sleep on this email because I feel like this is really the most important thing that I'm doing, to be honest. This is the most important thing, but I don't know what to do with it. It's still like unknown. It's such a I'll sleep on it. Because it has to align with my wishes, and preferably should align with my wishes during the fall. During the fall I will release my game, so something beneficial for me would be related to marketing the game, I guess. Talking about my game development studio perhaps, and in the fall I will have my game studio pretty well developed, but I feel like I need to keep it positive or something. Like what she saw a poster that I made about generating art with AI and helping people learn how to use AI to generate images, and we ran that workshop here in this town at the local library. But it has a positive message, that poster, and it's light and inviting. but she's interested in propaganda and fabrication of facts. It would be nice to create something to prepare people in a way that's not theoretically practical for people, but actually practically practical. Useful in the real case. Like what's actually going to happen next year, basically, in the beginning of next year. So that people can prepare for it. And that's something I've been talking about a lot regarding unemployment, for example. And presenting the whole reasoning chain from AI is taking your job all the way to the solution is to spend all of our time to build AI data centers. That's the path, I think. I should actually double check that path to see if it's correct with some other AI experts and specialists. But this is regardless in the fall, so it's a long time, and I should not prioritize this because it's so far in the future. So I'm gonna put this on unread, or maybe make it as a task and then look at it next week. Yeah. But should I answer next week? I guess I'm gonna answer next week if I don't answer. Maybe I can answer on Friday or Thursday. I think the most fun would be to have a chat. Have a casual chat. But I should be prepared for it. I feel like I should be better prepared for it. So, prepare for a chat with bibliotek. Talk to AI, why don't you? Recommend talking about a game dev. Helps me by showing the game, which will be sold 1st of November. Or recommend talking about data centers. Helps me, I have to, because I've been working so much non-profitly and so much like Jesus, just helping people and not expecting anything back, that I have to develop this frame, this new mindset where if I'm gonna do something, it needs not only to be to achieve another person's goals, but it also needs to achieve at least one of my goals, like something where at least I survive, you know, at least I survive. But I need to thrive as well, have abundance in my life and stuff. That's what I'm aiming at. That's where I'm going. That's where I'm coming. I've already arrived. Educating about the importance of help me by getting support to build my data centers. And build my data centers. Make sure it's something you benefit from. And they also understand. And they also understand. Best is to show something that is practically useful for the people during 2027, or even directly after the event. I could promote some tool to solve something in their lives. I like the health aspect. It's a bit risky, health and AI, but because you don't want a wrong diagnosis, or you don't want the AI to tell you something that leads to permanent damage. But it's still incredibly useful to do your own research and learning and testing. I'm gonna put that on unread, so I safely don't ignore it. The Pope has been talking about the AI, and I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. Because the people who are going to win the AI race are the people that does the most experiments, and those are the people that will create harmful AI. So the people that will win are also the people that will, the people that will win are a part of the people that does the experiments, and the other part of the people that does the experiments, they will lose and make horrible AI. But it doesn't matter, because these people are still going to win over those. They're going to delete those bad AIs. But they're also going to control the world. And then we have, that's that category of people who make experiments with AI. And then you have the other category of people who make safe AI, or try to make safe AI, and they have to move so incredibly slow. It might work because they will create a more stable foundation. If you look at Google, they're pretty stable and they're not making crazy stuff. If they manage to survive, then they can protect themselves, perhaps. But most of the people who do safe AI will just fall behind because they're too slow. Because in order to make AI safe, you gotta build walls. And that will slow the AI down. And if the AI is slowed down, then you're slowed down. Because the purpose of making AI is to make it faster. or not always faster, sometimes also high quality work. But the walls will also create inhibits for creating high quality work. Okay, I've done all emails. I can do several things now. I think I'm going to focus on, because education I can apply for later. Exploration danger food is much more relevant for me right now. I gotta make sure I have food for the rest of my month. So I'm gonna make an omelette and then look into how I'm gonna solve these things. I'm doing the egg test. Is this egg lying down or standing up? I think it's standing up. This is lying down and it wants to stand up. So it started to generate gas. It means I need to use up my $76 eggs. I need to use up my 76 eggs. Let's see if ChatGPT has a good solution. Apple, so I'm just gonna wait until they start to get something, and then actually Apple I can probably just freeze. Egg I could probably also just freeze. Isn't that the simplest way? But I have to portion it. I have these 5. I could fill it with eggs. I could cook it, or I could fill it with eggs and then freeze it. And then I can put it out and thaw it, and then I can put it in the oven, and then it just finishes, and then I eat it freshly cooked. I think that's the best. Like, I can even do that without the recipe. I can just make my own recipe. And it's got slanted angles, so the freezing can expand very well, I think. Yeah. Well, that was easy. Now I'll just mix milk and salt and egg and black pepper into these. I just fill them up. Easy. One thing I could potentially do is give this plan to ChatGPT. Let's see if I can share ChatGPT or if I have any secret chats. I don't have any secret chats. I have 76 eggs. This is gonna seem like a math question or something. I have 76 eggs and they expire in a couple, and they almost float. They almost stand up when immersed in the water, like at a 40-degree angle. I suspect they will soon go bad, even though they have the best before date tomorrow, and supposedly eggs in Sweden hold out for much longer. I also have milk that is going to expire before I can use it, and I have glass containers that I can five I have glass containers that I can food containers that fit around 1 liter each. My plan is to actually, yeah, I'm gonna say my plan because I don't want any recommendation. I don't want to fry my brain anymore. My plan is to make omelette mix, then freeze the mix. Then when I want to consume it, I will bring it out to thaw, then bake it in the oven. I want to make sure I use up all the nutrients and don't destroy things like B12. What is your recommendation? Let's see what ChatGPT has in store for us. Our eggs are probably still usable. The flow test is often oversimplified. An egg standing at roughly 45 angle means the air cell has grown, which indicates age but not necessarily spoilage. A truly bad egg is more likely to float high near the surface. I know the most reliable test is still cracking a few into several and checking for an off smell. For preserving nutrients, freezing right beaten egg works well. B2 is very stable during freezing. These nutrients are generally come from repeated heating of freezing. Baking the omelette will later cause bees to decline, but you're going to cook the eggs eventually anyway. Given your situation, I would do this: crack the eggs individually into a bowl or batches, so one bad egg doesn't ruin everything. I don't care about that. Beat them thoroughly. Beat them thoroughly. Why? Mix in the milk, push in containers, freeze immediately. For practical notes, 1 liter container holds 18 to 20 large protein eggs. 76 is about 4 liters of liquid egg. So I might need more glass containers. Leave some headspace. I would not bake the omelettes before freezing. Yeah, exactly. Instead of making 4 giant omelettes, you could portion them into meal-sized amounts. It is meal-sized amounts. This is gonna contain like 8 eggs. Actually, it says 1 liter might contain 18 to 20. Well, okay. As for B12 specifically, I would not worry too much. Eggs contain modest amount of B12. Okay, the only problem is that this will contain more eggs than I will consume in a day, which means I'll bring it out of the freezer into the fridge during the night or something. And then that, gotta check on the egg. I fill this container with eggs. I don't need to Well, 6 eggs I will eat tomorrow. Actually 8 eggs. So I got 68 eggs. Let's do some calculations. Wait, what? Oh. Full screen calculator. 6 eggs minus 8 eggs. That's 68 eggs. Divided by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I actually got 6 containers. It's 11 eggs per container. It's easier. Oh. 68 divided by 8 eggs per day. How many containers? 8.5 containers. So I could use plastic containers. I could freeze today and then remove them to another. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Easy. 8 eggs per thing. Wait a minute. How many days? 26 minus 3. That's 23. 76 divided by 23. How many eggs per day? That's just 3 eggs per day. Around 4 eggs per day. So I actually just got 4 eggs per day. Okay, then just put 4 eggs in each one. I also have these jars. Can I freeze in the jars? Is that safe? Also have jars. Freeze in jars. Straight-sided. Leave at least 2. Don't fill the shoulder. Let the mixture cool first if it's warm. Freeze with the lid loosely attached or off until frozen. Then tighten. Okay, easy. I realized something important, that I should probably wait and execute the plan tomorrow. The plan is done. So I can just execute it tomorrow. I don't have to execute it now. It's better if I eat now. Try to have an empty stomach later for the nighttime nutrients. And since I got some I should rewrite this or make a step 2 or divide it, because now I'm not dealing with potato, apple, gravy, I'm just dealing with eggs and milk. Freeze omelette. For longevity. Done. That's handling the eggs, and handle butter. Done. Perfect. And I think that's it for today. I know what I'll probably doing. I will relax. I will not think about being streamed. I will eat my omelette, and I will do something. I don't even have to make a promise. Ain't that right? I've streamed for 9 hours. Good job. Good job. Good job. Goodbye.